Kayla was living the life that so many people dream of having in the year 2010, and it was a year when she felt very fulfilled. She had reached the senior year of her studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, a school that is well known for its breathtaking campus that is located right on the Pacific Ocean, and of course, its well-known party scene. She had reached this point in her education. In addition to being brilliant and self-motivated, Kayla was majoring in communications, and she had her entire future planned out. She was also very well organized. But in addition to that, she was also able to take pleasure in herself. Not only did she have a tight-knit group of friends who were also her roommates, but the small rental house that she lived with two wonderful housemates was situated just a few blocks away from the campus. Despite the fact that it was a little worn around the edges, it was full with laughter and debates about studies late into the night. It was the kind of atmosphere that you see in movies. On a particular Friday evening, the atmosphere was brimming with the normal excitement that is connected with the conclusion of the week. Kayla and her friends managed to find themselves at a large party that was held not too far from their home. The party was situated just a short distance away. The music was playing at a very loud volume, and the house was absolutely packed with people. Everyone was in a particularly happy mood. Although Kayla was having a lovely time, laughing and catching up with friends, she began to get an overpowering feeling of exhaustion as the night proceeded. This was despite the fact that she was having a wonderful time. During the previous week, she had been attending lectures and studying for exams, and the only thing that she could think about was getting into her own bed. I had a difficult week ahead of me. The next thing she did was turn to her friends and query as to whether or not anyone else was ready to depart for the evening. On the other hand, they were all still bursting with vigor and did not want the celebration to finish, even though it was getting close to its conclusion. The reason that Kayla notified them that she was going to go home by herself from work was because she did not want to give the impression that she was a pessimist. It was not a serious cause for anxiety, this. It was literally only a 5-minute walk away from her house, and it was a straight shot along a street that was well lit and familiar. The distance was only 5 minutes. It had been 100 times before that she had walked it, both during the day and at night. After saying her goodbyes, she silently left the house through the front door and started the short journey back home, taking delight in the energizing night air as she traveled. Sarah and Jessica, who were her roommates, had come to the conclusion that they would prefer to spend the evening in a tranquil setting when they returned to their residence. It was determined that they would enjoy a more relaxed evening because they were also seniors and were under the weight of the responsibilities that came with their academic obligations. They had invited a couple of their friends over, but they were just hanging out in the living room, drinking a bottle of wine and chatting with their friends. Despite the fact that they had invited over a couple of their friends, what they encountered was a Friday evening that was uneventful and characterized by harmony. Kayla went through the motions of looking for her keys when she had gotten at her front door, and then she opened the door for herself. She had imagined that the house would be a quiet place, and she was right. After some consideration, she came to the conclusion that her roommates and their friends were probably already in their own bedrooms at this moment. Following her entrance into the building and the subsequent closing of the door behind her, she tilted her head to the right and cast a gaze in that direction. There was a large sofa that was pushed up against the main wall of their living room, which was somewhat smaller than the rest of the space. In addition to it, there was a guy occupant resting on the sofa. It was a blanket that was pulled all the way up to his chin, and he was lying down with his head tucked under it. He was relaxing. When he looked at her, his eyes were wide open, and he was staring at her in a direct manner. During this brief pause, Kayla made a brief stop. It was as if she had no awareness whatsoever of his existence. The discovery of a stranger sleeping on the couch in a college residence, particularly on a Friday night, was not completely out of the ordinary. On the other hand, it was not completely out of the ordinary neither. At that moment, she immediately made the assumption that he must be a friend of Sarah or Jessica's friends, someone who had probably had a small amount of alcohol and was currently sleeping off the affects of their drinking. She gave him a small nod that was polite but obviously fatigued, and then she started walking across the room in the direction of the corridor that led to her bedroom. She was exhausted but polite. On the other hand, she felt an odd sensation in the nape of her neck as she walked. This occurred while she was walking. It didn't feel quite right, especially for me. As she casually looked back over her shoulder, she noticed the man who was seated on the couch. He drew her attention during this moment. Within that fraction of a second, he exerted some kind of movement. In addition to removing his head from the cushion, he had also changed the blanket so that it was little lower than it had been previously. It was no longer enough for him to merely look at her. Rather, he was observing her with a level of intensity that appeared to be improperly written. A terrible and gloomy image was shown to her, and it prompted the hair on her arms to stand up in response to the moment. At that same moment, each and every alarm bell that she had been playing in her thoughts began to ring. On the face of that partygoer, there was no indication of how exhausted they were. On the other hand, that was an entirely different problem. Fear was a powerful and fundamental emotion that she experienced, and it engulfed her completely. Her speed intensified, and rather than walking in a casual manner, she was hurriedly making her way to her room. She wanted to get there as quickly as possible. It was the final time that she appeared to turn around. When she was finally able to reach the entrance to her bedroom, she hurriedly went inside and then firmly shut the door behind her. Following that, she engaged in an activity that she had almost never considered doing before. She bent down and turned the knob on her doorknob until she heard the lock click into place. While she was doing this, she waited for the lock to click into place. She could count on one hand the number of times she had closed the door to her bedroom during the 2 years that she had lived in that house when she had been there. She had been there for as long as she could remember. To put it another way, there was never a precondition for it to exist. Tonight, on the other hand, she had a hammering sensation in her stomach that indicated she ought to have that barrier. A few minutes later, the exhilaration that she had felt as a result of the strange encounter started to gradually go away, and the exhaustion that she had been experiencing during the week started to take control of her actions. She went into a deep sleep in a few minutes after falling asleep. A weird sound awoke Kayla from her deep sleep 2 hours later. She had been sleeping for a long time. For a considerable amount of time, she had been asleep. A soft tapping sound could be heard, but it was persistent throughout the entire process. During the beginning of the time period, she was completely and utterly confused. The combination of the sleep she had obtained and the couple of beers she had consumed earlier had both contributed to the cloudiness of her mind. Her space was utterly devoid of light. As she sat up in her bed, she made an effort to identify the origin of the alarming sound. The noise was coming from the direction of the exit. If there is a limb of the tree pressing against the glass, has it been removed? And in point of fact, it was far closer than that. As her senses gradually restored to their usual state, she became conscious of what it was that she was experiencing. It appeared as though someone was tapping their fingers on the wooden door that would lead to her bedroom, and it sounded as though they were doing so. She looked at the murky silhouette of her door, which was causing her to feel a sense of perplexity. Who would be doing something like that at this hour of the night? That is the question. Perhaps it was one of her roommates who needed to question about anything that was related to her responsibilities. On the other hand, why would they tap for such a short period of time? Following that, she recalled the individual who was, at the time, seated on the couch. Suddenly, she felt a tiny acceleration in the rate at which her heart was beating. Maybe he was the one? And if that were to be the case, what exactly was it that he wanted? A momentary pause was seen in the rhythmic drumming that had been going on. The silence that followed was one that was substantial and strained, and it did not let up at any point. After that, a new sound gradually replaced the previous one in the mix. The sounds were similar to those of someone scratching them. The direction of her door was the source of a scratching sound that was barely perceptible despite its proximity. Kayla's feelings of confusion and confusion grew into frustration as time went on. Okay, it was clear that this was the individual who was seated on the couch. There is a high probability that he was under the influence of alcohol and that he thought he was being hilarious by pulling some kind of foolish joke. This motion was not something she was in the mood for, in addition to the fact that she was fatigued. During the time that she was sitting there in bed, she pondered whether or not she should simply get up, throw open the door, and tell him to stop being so unreasonable. However, the itching changed before she could convince herself to get out of bed. This occurred before she was able to get dressed. It became more upsetting and louder as time went on. The sound was no longer that of fingernails, rather it was something else as well. The texture was more grainy and it had a metallic aspect to it. The tone of the music changed from one of playfulness to one of aggression. It was no longer playful. During the time when the sound was being heard, someone was making an attempt to enter the room through the door. The negative feeling that she had previously received from him came flooding back to her, and it was increased by a factor of 3. She experienced a decrease in her annoyance, and in its place, she was filled with genuine panic. After some duration, she came to the realization that there was no way that she would ever open the door. Instead of reaching for it, she reached for her phone, which was resting on the nightstand across from her. During the moment that she was retrieving her text messages, she became aware that her hands were trembling slightly. She had texted Sarah, who was her roommate, a brief message. Sarah was the recipient of the message. She then pressed the send button and waited, her gaze fixated on the door leading to her bedroom as she listened to the scratching that continued. "Hey, could you please come out here? Your friend is acting really strange and trying to get into my room. It had taken just a moment. Now there are 2 of them." However, there was no response. It continued to scratch, and the sound that it made was one that was both persistent and threatening. So, it's plausible that Sarah was a heavy sleeper. All right, let's investigate. Jessica, the other roommate, was the recipient of a new text message from Kayla, and she had the opportunity to read it. The message that she typed out was, for the most part, virtually identical. She waited once more after sending the text message that she had sent. "He was outside my door, scratching at it and freaking me out. Jessica, please come out to the living room and get your friend. He's outside my door, scratching at it and freaking me out." The scratching continued, and it was a sound that was both persistent and unnerving. This was the case even if the residence was normally silent. The other side of the coin is that there was no answer. Despite the fact that she continued to consume food, she was beginning to get a terrible feeling of worry in her stomach. What reasons did they not react to your question? This marked the end of the scratching that had been going on. Kayla was anxiously anticipating that he had finally given up and vanished, so she held her breath for a brief length of time. She was holding her breath. However, the silence was broken by a new sound that was even more terrifying than the one that had been there before. A metallic clink and rattle was made as a result of her doorknob being jiggled, which was the sound that was heard. His intention was to inspect the lock, thus he was making a concerted effort to turn the handle. By this point, Kayla had reached an extreme level of annoyance and had developed a profound worry. Certainly, this was not a joke at all. Someone who was intoxicated would not do something like this. Someone was attempting to enter her room by using force against her in order to successfully do so. She was able to gather her calm and yelled out, "Hey! Stop it! Get away from my door!" She made an effort to convey an angry and authoritative tone in the hopes of diverting his attention away from her. Her voice, on the other hand, was shaking visibly with fear. Despite this, the jiggling persisted ceaselessly. It was almost as if he had not even noticed that she was a part of the room. She was well aware that by this point, texting was not going to be an effective method of communication. Her calling them and rousing them up was something that was required of her. It was then that they would enter the room and deal with the person in question. "Sarah," she stated as she phoned Sarah's number. After the phone had rung once or twice, Sarah finally picked it up, and by the time she did, her voice was dripping with the weight of sleep. "Hello?" It was a loud and unpleasant muttering that Kayla used when she spoke. "Sarah, you need to get up right now. Come out into the living room and tell your friend to knock it off. He's trying to get into my room and he's totally harassing me." A little lull occurred in the conversation that was taking place on the other end of the line. It was clear to me that Sarah was still attempting to make sense of what Kayla was saying, since she appeared to be perplexed by what she was hearing. "Kayla, what are you talking about?" "What friend?" "The guy!" Kayla yelled out as her fury and dread began to intensify before her eyes. "The guy you had over. The one sleeping on our couch." Sarah's dreamy perplexity was abruptly replaced with a tone that resonated with a chilling clarity and concern. Instantaneously, Sarah's confusion had disappeared without a trace. "Kayla, we didn't have anyone over. Our friends left hours ago. There isn't anyone on the couch. If there is somebody out there, you need to call the police. Right now." The words were like a blow to the gut for Kayla, and she could feel them hitting her. Suddenly, her bodily fluids turned ice. The individual who was sitting on the couch was not a friend of the person sitting there. His identity was unknown to anyone. As soon as she got at her house, she discovered that an unknown person had been there at their residence. At this very moment, she was being confronted by an individual whom she did not know, who was attempting to smash down the door that led to her bedroom. She experienced a surge of pure adrenaline coursing through her body like a torrent. Her mental state turned into one of surviving the situation. The command that she gave to her roommate was very clear, and she delivered it in a voice that was eerily calm. "Sarah, lock your door. Lock it immediately." Both the jiggling of her doorknob and the violent scratching came to a complete halt at that same moment, as if the intruder had been paying attention to what was going on. The home was silent for the third time in a row. Kayla strained her ears attentively in response to the question of whether or not there was any sign of where he had gone. If he was on the phone with her, was he able to hear her? He just gave up, didn't he? During the few dreadful seconds that passed, there was absolutely nothing about it. The silence that had been there up until that point was then broken by a crash that was exceedingly loud and originated from the opposite end of the house. There was one more one that followed it, and then there was another one that followed it. It was the sound of a body being thrown into a door that was heard by those who were present. Moving on from her room, he was now making an effort to compel his way into the bedroom that was occupied by her two roommates. He was no longer in her room at that point. At that moment, Kayla became aware of cries emanating from the room of her roommates, and she immediately began to scream herself. The sounds of complete and utter fear could be heard throughout the entirety of the house. During the time when Kayla was experiencing a state of fear, she was able to, in some way, call 911. At the same time, she was frantically attempting to convey to the operator what was going on, which was that there was a man in their house who was attempting to enter their rooms. After she had finished explaining the situation, she was able to hear the sound of wood splintering coming from the direction of the corridor. The sound of the hammering, which was accompanied by her own panicked breathing, was not the only noise that she heard. She also heard another sounds. The distinct sound of their sliding glass door in the back of the house being jerked open and then shut again and again until being shut again at the end of the process. It was at that moment that she became aware of the majestic and penetrating sound of sirens, which initially started off as a faint sound, but gradually became more and more audible. The law enforcement officers were present. At the same time that blue and red lights flashed through the window through which she was sleeping, the walls of her bedroom were painted with a flurry of colors being applied in a hectic manner. Kayla was able to pick up on the demands that were being yelled out by the officers who were stationed outside. She heard the loud thud of their own front door being forced open, followed by the sound of boots on their wooden floors and the sound of police officers yelling, "Police!" clear as they made their way through the house, room by room. She yelled out, "Santa Barbara Police Department, have you come out and show yourself?" After what seemed like an endless length of time had passed, she was startled to hear a loud knock on the door of her bedroom. The shaking in Kayla's hands was so extreme that she was unable to turn the latch on the door as she ran to the entrance. She yelled as she hurried to the door, "This is the police!" "Is anyone in there?" as she entered the building. When she opened it, she was instantly faced by two law enforcement officers who had their weapons drawn and immediately lowered them when they saw her. They had been waiting for her to open it. She was led into the living room, where her two roommates, Sarah and Jessica, were already there, wrapped in blankets, and appeared pale and terrified. After a short period of time, they investigated her room and then led her into the main room. Both the yard and the exterior of the house were thoroughly searched by the officers, who finished their investigation. After leaving the premises, the trespasser had left. He had vanished into the shadows in the same amount of time that he had appeared in the first place. As soon as the authorities had made certain that the location was secure, they began fitting together the pieces of what had just taken place. The very first thing that they did was to take the girls outside to the side of the house in the direction of a door that they did not use very frequently. The flashlight carried by a law enforcement officer was pointed in the direction of the doorknob. The response that he gave was, "It appears that this is how he got in." Kayla, along with her roommates, leaned in to acquire a better glimpse at the situation. After using the beam of the flashlight to highlight the doorknob and the latch plate, it was observed that there were a lot of deep scratches and pry marks all around the doorknob and over the latch plate. This piece of wood had been fractured and gouged in several places. A law enforcement officer stated that it seemed as though someone had used a tool, either a knife or a screwdriver, to force their way inside the facility by jimmying the lock. This was indicated by the officer's statement. There wasn't just a drunk person who happened to walk into the wrong house by accident. It was more than that. Here was an attempt to break and enter. An attempt to break into the residence. It was a boring and chilly experience as the truth of the scenario began to soak in, and it was all because of the situation. Following their return to the building, the authorities asked Kayla to recount her story to them, beginning with the moment she arrived at her residence. The unnerving vision of the man sitting on the couch, her decision to shut the door, and the horrifying sounds that followed were all repeated by her as she led them down the corridor to her bedroom. She also described to them the awful sounds that followed. One of the officers flashed his flashlight on the door itself as she stood in front of her closed bedroom door, displaying how he had been scratching and jiggling the knob. She was demonstrating how he had been doing everything. During the time that she was standing there, she provided the demonstration. Every single one of them was present at that very time. To her surprise, it was a great deal more upsetting than she had anticipated. Scratches and gouges of a severe kind were done in a furious manner, and they covered the entire region that was surrounding her doorknob. In other places, the wood had been torn, and the metal of the doorknob itself had been scratched and dented throughout its surface. There were also some locations where the wood had been shredded. He had been making a concerted effort to force the lock open, to do damage to it, and to attain access to her. On closer inspection, it became clear that he had not merely been jiggling the handle, rather, he had been engaging in all of these activities. It was very alarming to see the amount of force that he had been putting to a tool. During the process of the police officer directing the beam of his flashlight downward towards the ground, the light caught something that was made of metal. This situation arose as a result of the officer moving the beam. It was there, on the ground just in front of her door, that she found a set of scissors and a little kitchen knife that was quite sharp. That they were not coming from their kitchen was not the case. Nobody had ever seen them before. Nobody had ever seen them before. Within the corridor, the mood became more tense, and still, as time went on, the tools that were sitting on the ground were the primary center of everyone's attention at that moment. Both the tools that he had used to break into their home and the tools that he had taken to her bedroom door after he had broken into their home are included in this collection. The officers exchanged a somber glance with one another as they looked at each other. One of them got down on their knees and studied the knife and scissors without touching them. This allowed them to examine them without touching them. Following that, he got to his feet and directed his attention to Kayla in a forthright manner. His words created a horrifying picture of what they believed had taken place, and he then proceeded to reenact what they believed had taken place. He went on to explain that the burglar most likely used that knife and those scissors to forcefully open the side door. He said that this was the most likely explanation for the burglar's actions. On a Friday night in a college town, it is quite probable that he was a burglar who anticipated that the residence would be vacant. This is a very plausible scenario. Following his successful infiltration into the building, he began searching for anything that might be swiftly taken, such as laptops, cash, or wallets. It is probable that he was in the middle of inspecting the living room when he was caught off guard by the sound of the front door opening. He was completely taken aback by the sound of the door opening. The fact that Kayla had arrived was the reason why his plan was unsuccessful. It was only a few seconds before he responded to my question. As soon as he noticed the couch leaning against the wall, he snatched the blanket that was draped over it and threw himself down with the intention of drawing the cover up to his chin. This was his final attempt to disseminate information about himself. His anticipation was that she would simply walk by and that she would not even notice him in the dim light. He was expecting her to overlook him. An abrupt and hurried decision was made at that precise moment. Nevertheless, Kayla did take note of him. However, what is much more disturbing is the fact that she stared him in the eye. An explanation of the dramatic shift that had taken place was supplied by the officer during that brief span of time. When you saw his face, the officer said in a tone that was low and serious, you were no longer just an obstacle in a burglary. You became a witness, and there is a good chance that this made you his primary target. The officer's tone was low and serious. They are under the impression that he remained in the living room for a few minutes after she entered her room, and then he left the room. It is highly probable that he was actively considering the best way to proceed with the situation. Regardless of whether or not he made an effort to sneak out via the back door, he was aware that she had detected him. Those individuals were able to identify him. His impression of her was that she was a loose end that needed to be handled and given attention. Consequently, he arrived to a conclusion. He had no intention of abandoning a witness he had brought with him. When he had finished gathering the tools that he had used to enter the house, which included the knife and the scissors, he then proceeded to stroll down the hallway until he reached her door. There is a high probability that he made an initial effort to unlock the door by tapping the handle instead. Immediately, as he became aware that it was locked, he began making fruitless attempts to open it by utilizing the instruments that were available to him. A plausible explanation for the tapping that she initially heard was that he was trying to find a vulnerable area in order to remain silent. This was one of the probable explanations. The more frustrated he became, however, the more aggressive he became, scraping and gouging at the lock in an attempt to break out of the situation where he was trapped. He had a strong desire to set foot inside the structure. It is believed by the police that the phone contact was the most important aspect that ultimately prevented her death. During the time that Kayla was in contact with the intruder, she would have been able to listen in on her conversation with her roommate over the phone, That she was awake and chatting on the phone, most likely with the authorities, was the first thing that he would have known. There were two other things that he would have realized, additionally to the fact that she was not the only person there in the apartment at the time of the incident. It was the presence of her roommates, who were now awake and conscious, that prompted him to make a full and utter change in his plan. His attempt to knock on Kayla's door was unsuccessful, and he hurried to the room where her roommates were staying in a state of dread. At that moment, he gave up. The loud hammering was executed as a deliberate, frantic, and disorderly move that was the final move. Perhaps he was trying to get to them in order to silence everyone, or perhaps he was simply trying to create a distraction for himself. Either way, he was possibly trying to get to them. At that very moment, however, he must have been cognizant of the sirens that were quickly approaching. He was conscious of the fact that his remaining time had run out. In a hurry, he made his way to the rear of the home, where he forced open the sliding glass door. After that, he disappeared into the complex network of dark streets and backyards that encircled the house. In addition to collecting the knife and scissors as evidence, the police department also dusted for fingerprints, recorded statements, and collected the knife. They examined the entire neighborhood, but nobody had reported seeing or hearing anything that was out of the norm until they were finished. The man was, in fact, a ghost after all. The absence of any evidence of his identification, such as his name, fingerprints, or any other identifying qualities, is a very concerning situation. What had transpired was that he had merely been present in their home, a terrifying presence, and then he had disappeared without a trace. Kayla, along with the other individuals that shared her room, experienced a huge influence as a result of the events of that night. The residence in question would not be suitable for them to live in. Every creak of the floorboards and every shadow that appeared in the corner of a room included a memory of the man who was sitting on the couch. This memory was present in every single one of these things. The plain feeling of being safe in their own home had been shattered in a matter of minutes, and it had been taken away from them. Instead, it had been taken away from them. Several days after they had violated the terms of the lease agreement, they moved out of the apartment. What ifs were a constant source of anxiety for Kayla for a considerable amount of time. Let us imagine for a second that she had stayed at the party for 10 minutes longer than she had originally planned. Imagine for a moment that she hadn't been so worn out. What would have happened? Her thoughts kept coming back to the most terrifying question of all, which was the one that the police had asked her earlier that evening. What would have happened if she hadn't obeyed that sudden, incomprehensible instinct to lock the door to her bedroom? Her mind kept going back to the question. It seems likely that a simple, almost unthinking action, such as the little click of a lock, was what ultimately saved her life. It was a straightforward activity that just about appeared to be mindless. Whoever it was that sat on her couch and attempted to break down her door while brandishing a knife in his hand was never identified. The individual who attempted to do so was never identified. On the other hand, he was never picked up. The only thing that she knew for certain was that he was still out there, a faceless creature that had vanished back into the darkness. This was the only thing she knew for certain. I want to express my gratitude for your presence here today. If you watched the program that was broadcast today, I would appreciate it if you could share your ideas with me in the comments area. Also, bear in mind that we have a whole playlist of episodes of true crime waiting for you to watch in one sitting right now. You may watch all of these episodes in one sitting. Till the next time we meet again. What's going on? Millions of people go into the deep woods every single year. They go to find peace. They go to escape the loud noises of the city. They want to connect with nature and clear their minds. Most of the time, these people have amazing trips. They hike the trails. They sit by the campfire. They look up at the stars, and then they go home to their families with great memories. But sometimes people go into these massive forests and they simply vanish. They disappear under conditions that make absolutely no sense at all. In some cases, people are walking right next to their friends or family. They turn around for just a second. When they turn back, their companion is gone. There is no sound. There is no struggle. There is just empty space. In other cases, people go missing, and then they are found days later in places that are completely impossible to reach. They are found on top of high cliffs or deep inside thick briar patches where there are no paths. For a long time, no one was looking at these cases as a whole. People just assumed they were isolated incidents. They thought people simply got lost, or fell, or got attacked by wild animals. But one man changed that. His name is David Paulides. He is a former police detective. He spent years investigating crimes and looking at evidence. One day, he started noticing that there were thousands of these bizarre disappearances happening in national parks and forests all over North America. He realized that nobody was keeping a central database of these missing people. The government was not tracking them. The Park Service was not keeping a master list. So, David decided to look into it himself. He started gathering police reports, search and rescue logs, and talking to the families of the victims. He began putting all of his findings into a fascinating series of books called Missing 411. These books outline very specific patterns that show up in these disappearances over and over again. Today, we are going to look at 3 of these cases. These are stories about people who went camping in the beautiful wilderness, and then things went horribly wrong. Let us start in 1985. Kevin O'Keefe was a 36-year-old man who lived in Sacramento, California. Kevin was the kind of guy who lived for the outdoors. He was not a casual hiker who just walked on paved paths on the weekends. He was an outdoor enthusiast. He loved the challenge of testing himself against nature. He loved going on long hikes, pitching his tent in the wilderness, and sleeping under the stars. For years, Kevin had one dream that stood above all the rest. He wanted to go camping in Alaska. To him, Alaska was the ultimate frontier. It was the wild, rugged land that every serious camper wanted to conquer. By the summer of 1985, Kevin decided that he was finally going to make this dream a reality. He started doing massive amounts of research. He looked at maps of Alaska. He read books about the different terrains. He studied the weather patterns. He wanted to find a place that was truly wild. Eventually, he settled on an area called Glacier Bay National Park. Even by Alaskan standards, Glacier Bay is incredibly rugged. It is a place of massive glaciers, cold, deep water, dense forests, and tall mountains. It is a place where you are completely on your own. There are no cell phone towers. There are no roads. If you get into trouble, help is not coming quickly. Kevin knew this. He was a smart guy. He was not foolish. He knew that going into the Alaskan wilderness by himself was a huge risk. So, to prepare, he did not just buy gear. He actually enrolled in a specialized class. This class was designed to teach people how to survive in the wild Alaskan environment. He learned how to handle extreme weather. He learned how to keep his food safe from brown bears. He learned how to navigate without a compass if he had to. He spent weeks studying and practicing. He wanted to make sure he was ready for absolutely anything. On the 20th of September, 1985, Kevin finally boarded a plane in Sacramento. He flew to Juneau, Alaska. When he landed, he felt the cold northern air. He was incredibly excited. From Juneau, he had to take a boat and hike his way up to Glacier Bay National Park. When he arrived at the park, the first thing he did was walk into the park headquarters. He wanted to register his trip. This is what responsible campers do. He walked up to the park rangers who were working at the desk. He introduced himself. He told them that he was going to be camping over near the Wolf Point area. Wolf Point is a very isolated spot. It is located right against the cold water of the bay. Kevin told the rangers that he planned to be out there for about 3 weeks. He said he would be leaving the park on October 10. The Rangers wrote all of this down. They were glad he checked in. They knew that there was now a 36-year-old man from California staying by himself near Wolf Point. They knew his exact timeline. For the next couple of weeks, no one heard from Kevin. His family, back in California, did not get any phone calls or letters. The park rangers did not see him. But this was exactly how Kevin wanted it. The whole point of his trip was to escape reality. He wanted to live in nature. He wanted to disconnect from the modern world and just be alone with his thoughts. So, because he was not supposed to contact anyone until October 10, no one was worried. No one raised any red flags. The days went by, and the wilderness remained quiet. But then, we get to October 8. This was 2 days before Kevin was scheduled to pack up his gear and leave the park. On this day, a couple of park rangers were out on a routine patrol. They were in a small motorized boat navigating the waterways around Wolf Point. They knew that Kevin's campsite was nearby. They knew he had been out there by himself for almost 3 weeks. Because they were close by, the Rangers decided to take a little detour. They wanted to pull their boat into the bay at Wolf Point and just check in on him. They wanted to make sure he was doing okay and see if he needed anything before his scheduled departure in 2 days. They steered their boat toward the shore. They turned the last corner where they could finally see the area where Kevin was supposed to be camping. And as soon as they looked at the shoreline, they froze. They knew immediately that something was wrong. The first thing they noticed was Kevin's tent. It was not where it was supposed to be. There was a flat, grassy area of soil slightly inland where campers always set up their tents. It was the safest and most level spot. But Kevin's tent was not there. Instead, the tent was sitting down on the gravel beach. It was right next to the water where the tide could easily reach it. This made no sense. An experienced camper would never pitch a tent on a wet beach right by the freezing ocean water. As they got closer, they noticed something even more disturbing. Some of Kevin's gear was lying outside of the tent. It was not scattered around like a tornado had hit it. It was placed outside. It looked like someone had deliberately set it on the ground. And then they looked at the tent itself. The top strut, which is the fiberglass pole that holds the top of the tent upright and keeps the fabric tight, was completely folded down. It looked like it had snapped right in the middle. The tent was partially collapsed. The Rangers stopped their boat. They got out and walked onto the gravel. The air was cold and silent. They called out Kevin's name. They yelled into the trees. No one answered. The only sound was the wind and the water hitting the shore. The Rangers stood there and tried to think logically. They thought, okay, maybe Kevin is getting ready to leave in 2 days. Maybe he is packing up his camp. Maybe he decided to go on one last day hike to see the sights before he departs. They figured that the broken tent pole might have happened during a strong windstorm and he just had not fixed it yet. They told themselves that everything was probably fine. They did not want to panic. So they decided to get back in their boat and leave. But they made a plan to come back the very next day to double check on him. The next morning, October 9, the Rangers returned to Wolf Point. They pulled their boat up to the beach. They looked at the campsite. There had been absolutely no change. The tent was still sitting on the beach in the exact same spot. The broken top strut was still collapsed. The gear was still sitting outside on the sand. The sleeping bag and the sleeping pad were untouched. It was incredibly clear that Kevin had not returned to his campsite since the Rangers were there 24 hours earlier. At this point, the Rangers became deeply concerned. They knew they could not wait any longer. They needed to find Kevin. They immediately contacted their headquarters and launched an official search. The search effort was massive. The Park Service brought in small airplanes to fly low over the Wolf Point area and the surrounding forests. They hoped to spot Kevin's bright clothing or perhaps a smoke signal from a campfire. But they saw nothing. Just green trees and cold gray water. Then they brought in ground searchers. These searchers walked shoulder to shoulder through the thick brush. They brought in highly trained search dogs. These dogs were experts at picking up human scent and tracking it through the wilderness. The searchers went to Kevin's campsite first to see what they could find. What they discovered at the campsite made the situation even more baffling. When they searched the collapsed tent and the immediate area, they found virtually all of the equipment you would expect to find at a campsite. In fact, he had everything he needed to survive. His backpack was leaning against a tree. It was fully packed. Inside the backpack, they found his food, his extra warm clothes, and his water container. It was packed as if he was just about to go on a hike. His sleeping bag, his sleeping pad, and his cooking equipment were all right there. But the most bizarre thing was the food. Kevin had a lot of food left. Some of it was sitting out in the open, completely exposed to the elements. In Alaska, this is unheard of. The forests are filled with hungry animals. There are brown bears, black bears, wolves, wolverines, and foxes. If you leave food out in the open in Alaska, animals will find it. They will tear your camp apart to get to it. But none of the food at Kevin's campsite had been touched. Not a single animal had nibbled on it. It was completely pristine. This was a massive anomaly. It was as if the local wildlife was actively staying away from the campsite. The searchers kept pushed outward. They sent the dogs into the thick brush surrounding the camp. They searched for hours. And then the dogs started alerting. They ran toward a deep gully that was located about half a mile away from the campsite. This gully was incredibly steep and filled with thick vegetation. You could not see into it from the trail. It was completely hidden from the naked eye. The dogs scrambled down into the gully, and the searchers followed them. At the bottom of the gully, the dogs found something. It was Kevin's boots. They also found his glove liner and his hat. They were tucked away, almost as if they had been placed there deliberately. When the searchers found these items, the initial theory was that Kevin must have been attacked by a bear. It seemed like the only logical explanation. He was in the deep Alaskan wilderness, and now his clothes and boots were found half a mile away in a gully. But the park rangers who were leading the search disagreed. They had lived and worked in Alaska for decades. They had seen bear attacks before. They knew what a bear attack looked like. They said this was definitely not a bear attack. When a human is attacked by a large predator like a grizzly bear, there is a massive struggle. The human fights for their life. They grab onto branches. They kick up the dirt. They flail around. There are broken bushes, torn clothes, and most importantly, there is blood. But at Kevin's campsite, there was absolutely no sign of a struggle. There was not a single drop of blood. There were no human remains. There was nothing to indicate that anyone had been hurt in that space. And then there was the question of the food. If a bear had come into the camp and attacked Kevin, the bear would have smelled the food. Bears are driven by their sense of smell. They would have eaten every scrap of food in that camp. But the food was untouched. The rangers kept coming back to how quiet the camp was. There was no animal activity at all. No birds, no rodents, nothing. It was like a dead zone. With no clues left at the camp, investigators went to speak with Kevin's family in Sacramento. They asked them if Kevin had been depressed. They asked if there was any chance he had gone out into the woods to end his own life. The family was shocked. They said, absolutely not. They said Kevin was incredibly happy. He was well adjusted. He was so excited about this trip. He had spent months preparing for it. He had even taken that survival class. They told the investigators that Kevin had planned on taking a few short day hikes, but he had no plans to do any overnight trips away from his main camp. He also had no plans to meet up with anyone else. He wanted to be completely alone. After just a few days of searching, the weather in Alaska began to turn. The temperatures dropped and the snow began to fall. With absolutely no leads, no tracks, and no signs of where Kevin could have gone, the authorities had to make a difficult decision. They called off the search. Kevin O'Keefe was officially gone. Now, let us look at the facts. We know that all of Kevin's gear was still at his campsite. His backpack was packed. This means he did not leave his camp voluntarily to go on one of those day hikes he told his family about. No experienced hiker, especially one who took a survival course, would ever walk into the Alaskan wilderness without their pack, their food, and their extra clothes. Doing that is an absolute death sentence. You would freeze or starve in a matter of days. So, Kevin must have been at his campsite when something happened to him. But we know it was not an animal attack because there was no blood, no struggle, and the food was not touched. So, if it was not an animal, what was it? What could have caused his tent to be moved down to the beach? What broke the top strut of his tent? What caused him to leave his gear behind, and why were his boots, his glove liner, and his hat hidden in a steep gully half a mile away? And most importantly, where was Kevin? To this day, no one has ever found him. He vanished into the wild, leaving behind nothing but questions. Now, let us fast forward to the year 2000. We are going to move south, down to the state of Montana. Patrick Whalen was 33 years old. Pat was not just an outdoor enthusiast. He was someone who bordered on being a full-blown survivalist. This was a man who possessed incredible outdoor skills. He did not just go camping for weekends. He lived in the wild. He had hiked thousands of miles across the Pacific Crest Trail, which is one of the longest and most difficult hiking trails in the entire world. He had spent hundreds of hours camping in deep, isolated forests, but out of all the places he had ever visited, there was one place that he loved more than anywhere else. That was Glacier National Park in Montana. Glacier National Park is famous for its stunning beauty. It has massive peaks, deep valleys, and thick pine forests. But it is also incredibly wild and dangerous. Pat loved it. He spent so much time in Glacier National Park that he became a regular face. The park rangers who worked there got to know him. They recognized his face. They knew him by name. They knew he was an expert who could survive in almost any condition. They never worried about him when he went into the park because they knew he had the skills to handle anything. On the 2nd of November 2000, Pat was driving his truck in an area called Kiowa Junction, which is just outside the park in Montana. As he was driving down the road, a deer suddenly jumped out in front of his truck. Pat could not stop in time. He hit the deer. Now, what happened next is one of the strangest parts of this entire story. There were witnesses who saw the accident. They watched Pat stop his truck and get out. He walked over to the injured deer lying on the side of the road, but he did not call for help. He did not try to put the animal out of its misery. Instead, he walked back to his truck. He grabbed a pillow from the cab. He walked back to the deer and gently placed the pillow under the deer's head. Then he went back to his truck again. He grabbed some food, walked back to the deer, and placed the food right next to its mouth. And then, without saying a word to anyone, Pat just walked away. He abandoned his truck right there on the side of the road. It is not clear if the truck was damaged so badly that it could not run, or if Pat just decided he was done with it. But either way, he left it. The next day, local authorities found the abandoned truck and had it towed to a local tow lot. Nobody knew where Pat had gone. He had simply walked off into the landscape. 6 months went by. During this time, Pat's family had not heard a single word from him. This was not entirely unusual for Pat, as he liked to go off the grid for long periods of time. But 6 months was a very long time, even for him. His father began to get deeply worried. He decided to call the park rangers at Glacier National Park. He knew how much Pat loved that park. He told the rangers that he had not heard from his son in months. He said he was terrified that something had happened to him. He asked them if they had seen Pat in the park. The rangers, who remembered Pat well, told his father that they had not seen him recently. But they promised they would keep an eye out for him during their patrols. A couple of weeks after that phone call, 2 park rangers were out on a routine patrol in a remote, heavily wooded section of Glacier National Park. As they were walking through the dense trees, they stumbled upon a very odd scene. They saw a blue tent set up in the middle of a clearing. There was no campfire burning. There was no sound of anyone around. As they got closer, they noticed that the middle strut, the main pole that held the tent up, was collapsed. The tent was sagging badly. The rangers stopped. They yelled out to see if anyone was inside. They wanted to make sure whoever was in there was okay. But no one answered. The forest was completely silent. They walked up to the tent. They could see that the fabric of the tent was extremely weathered. It was faded and sun-bleached. This meant the tent had been sitting out in the elements for a very long time. But despite being sun-bleached, there were no tears in the fabric. There were no holes. And most interestingly, all of the zippers on the tent were completely shut. The rangers reached down and unzipped the tent. They peered inside. There was no one there. But the tent was not empty. Inside, they found all of the items you would expect to find at a survivalist campsite. There was water, plenty of food, a camping stove, extra clothes, and his boots. Everything was neatly placed inside. But Pat was gone. And just like in the case of Kevin O'Keefe, the rangers noticed something highly unusual. There was food inside this tent. The tent had been sitting unoccupied in the middle of a wild national park for months. Glacier National Park is prime grizzly bear territory. Bears have an incredible sense of smell. They can smell food from miles away. They will easily rip through tent fabric to get to a single energy bar. But this tent had no tiers. No animals had tried to get inside. The food was completely untouched. The rangers immediately filed a report and a search was launched. Authorities brought out search teams and cadaver dogs. They combed the woods around the blue tent. They looked under logs and in ravines. But they found nothing. The dogs could not pick up any scent at all. One of the biggest challenges the searchers faced was that they had no idea when Pat had actually arrived at the spot or when he had disappeared. They went to the tow yard where his truck had been taken 6 months earlier after the deer accident. The truck was still sitting there. Pat had never come to claim it. This meant he had likely walked straight into the park 6 months ago and had been missing ever since. But as the investigators searched the inside of the blue tent more closely, they found one detail that was incredibly chilling. They found an empty leather case for a buck knife. The sheath was there, but the knife was gone. David Paulides looked at this detail and offered a very interesting theory. Pat was an expert survivalist. He knew how to handle himself in the woods. He was sleeping in his tent one night. Suddenly, he heard something outside. It was not a normal sound. It was something formidable. It was something that made a seasoned, brave survivalist feel the need to arm himself. Pat reached down, pulled his heavy buck knife out of its sheath, and prepared to go outside. The mosquitoes in that area of Montana are notoriously bad, especially at night. So, even though Pat was in a hurry, he stepped out of the tent and took a second to zip the tent completely shut behind him. He did this to keep the bugs from getting inside his sleeping area, He stood outside in the dark, holding his knife, ready to confront whatever was making that noise. And then, he never went back inside. Whatever was out there in the dark apparently got the best of Pat. But we cannot simply say he was attacked by a wild animal. If a bear or a mountain lion had attacked him right outside his tent, there would have been a massive struggle. There would have been blood on the ground. There would have been torn clothing or broken branches. But the campsite was clean. There was no blood. There were no remains. And again, if a hungry predator had killed Pat, it would have smelled the food inside the tent and ripped it open. But the tent was left untouched. So what did Pat hear? Why did he grab his knife and step out into the night? What did he confront, and where did he go? To this day, Patrick Whalen has never been found. His empty blue tent and his empty knife sheath are the only clues he left behind. Now, let us move to our third story. This takes us to April of 1976 in the state of New York. Stephen Thomas was 19 years old. Steve was a young man who was full of life. He was athletic, adventurous, and he absolutely loved hiking. He had spent a lot of time hiking in the rugged mountains of Washington state, so he was very experienced. He knew how to handle steep trails and rough weather. In April of 1976, Steve was living in New York. His good friend Bruce Weber contacted him. Bruce said that he and 4 of his friends were planning to go on a hike up Mount Marcy. Mount Marcy is the highest peak in the state of New York. It is a massive, beautiful mountain, but it is also very dangerous. The weather near the summit can change in an instant. It can go from sunny to freezing cold and windy in a matter of minutes. Steve did not know the other 4 guys who were going on the trip. But he trusted Bruce and he loved hiking, so he eagerly agreed to join them. On the morning of the hike, Steve was packing his gear at his home. His mother was watching him. She had a very strange, uneasy feeling in her chest. She looked at her son and told him that she had a really bad feeling about this trip. She told him that maybe he should just cancel. She did not like the idea of him going up such a rugged mountain with people he did not know very well. She begged him to stay home. But Steve just smiled. He was 19, he was confident, and he had a lot of hiking experience. He told his mother that she was worrying too much. He said everything would be completely fine and that he would see her in a couple of days. He gave her a hug, grabbed his gear, and left. On the 12th of April, 1976, the 6 young men began their trek up Mount Marcy. The hike was long and exhausting. The trail was steep and they had to carry heavy packs. By about 3:30 inches the afternoon, they had made their way near the summit of the mountain. They were very close to the top, but they were all completely exhausted. The wind was picking up and the temperature was starting to drop. The group decided that instead of pushing all the way to the summit today, they would make camp right where they were. They would pitch their tents, rest for the night, and then attack the summit the next morning when they were fresh. Everyone was relieved to stop and rest, except for Steve. Steve was restless. He had a lot of energy, and he did not want to sit around. The group set up their tents, and Steve went into Bruce's tent. He sat down and started studying the map of Mount Marcy. He looked at the trail leading up to the summit. He looked at Bruce and asked if he wanted to go for a quick walk up the path with him. He said he just wanted to stretch his legs and see what the trail looked like. But Bruce was exhausted. He told Steve no. He said he was too tired and that they should just wait and go up together tomorrow morning. Steve did not want to wait. He boiled some water and made himself some tea. He sat there for a bit, drinking his tea and looking at the map. But he just could not sit still. Finally, he folded the map up. He looked at Bruce and said that he was just going to walk up the path a little way by himself. He promised he would be right back. Bruce immediately told him that this was a bad idea. He told him not to go up there alone. The sun was starting to go down. The temperatures were dropping fast. The wind was getting stronger. It was a recipe for disaster. The other hikers, who did not know Steve very well, also chimed in. They told him he should just stay in the camp and rest. But Steve was stubborn. He shrugged his shoulders and said he would only be gone for a few minutes. Because Steve thought he was only going to be gone for a short walk, he did not pack any gear. He left his backpack in the tent. This backpack contained his food, his water, his map, his matches, and his extra warm clothing. He was wearing just a t-shirt and pants. Before he walked out of the tent, he grabbed a bright yellow rain jacket and threw it on over his t-shirt. That was it. He had no supplies. He had no way to make fire. He had no water. He just walked out of the tent and headed up the trail. At the time Steve left, the ground was covered in hard-packed snow. The snow was frozen solid, which actually made it very easy to walk on. You did not sink into it. And because it was a clear night, there was a bright full moon shining down on the mountain. The moonlight reflected off the white snow, making everything incredibly bright. You could see for a long distance without even using a flashlight. As Steve walked away from the camp, the other hikers were annoyed with him for being stubborn, but they were not really worried. They knew Steve was an experienced hiker. He had hiked in much tougher conditions in Washington. The trail was clear, the snow was hard, and the moon was bright. They figured he would walk up the trail for 10 or 15 minutes, get cold, and then turn around and come back to the warm tent. It seemed like a minor thing. But then, an hour went by. By this point, the sun had completely set. It was night. The temperature on the mountain had plummeted to well below freezing. The wind was howling through the trees. Steve had been gone for an hour, and he was only wearing a t-shirt and a light yellow rain jacket. He was not dressed to survive sub-freezing temperatures for long. The hikers realized that something was wrong. They walked a short distance up the trail and started yelling Steve's name into the wind. They listened, but they heard nothing. Only the sound of the wind. They realized they had to go look for him. The conditions were getting deadly, and if Steve was hurt or lost, he would freeze to death very quickly. The hikers turned back to their tents to grab their heavy winter gear and flashlights so they could go make a search trek up the mountain. Now, one of the 4 hikers that Steve did not know very well had brought his dog along on this trip. This dog was highly energetic. It was the kind of dog that loved being outdoors. It loved hiking. Anytime the dog had the chance to run around in the woods, it would do it in a heartbeat. It was never tired, and it was never scared. But when the owner went into his tent to get his gear, he went to grab his dog's leash to bring the dog with them to search for Steve. He figured the dog's sharp senses would help them find him in the dark. But the dog refused to leave the tent. The owner pulled on the leash, but the dog would not budge. Instead, the dog cowered in the very back of the tent. It was shaking. It was whimpering and acting like it was absolutely terrified of something that was right outside of the tent. The owner was stunned. He had never, in all his years, seen his dog act this way. The dog was so terrified that it refused to step 1 foot outside into the night. It would rather stay alone in a dark, cold tent on a mountain than go outside with its owner. The hikers did not have time to figure out what was wrong with the dog. They had to find Steve. They left the terrified dog in the tent and went out into the freezing night. They hiked up the trail, shining their flashlights and calling out. But the wind was too strong, and the cold was biting. After searching for a while, it became too dangerous for them to continue. They were starting to get hypothermia themselves. They had to make the painful decision to turn back to their camp. They crawled into their sleeping bags, listening to the wind, and prayed that Steve had somehow found shelter on the mountain. As soon as the sun rose the next morning, the hikers were out of their tent. They started searching again, yelling Steve's name. But there was no sign of him. The snow was still hard-packed, but there were no fresh footprints. After a few hours of searching, with no luck, the group had to make a decision. 3 of them decided to stay at the camp in case Steve returned. The other 3, including Bruce, began the grueling 4-hour hike down the mountain to get to a vehicle so they could drive to the nearest town and alert the authorities. Once the authorities were notified, they did not hesitate. They launched one of the largest and most intensive search and rescue operations in the history of the state of New York. Over the next 2 weeks, the mountain was crawling with searchers. They brought in helicopters to fly over the peaks. They brought in professional search dog teams. They had hundreds of ground searchers combing every single foot of the mountain. They were looking for any sign of Steve. They thought that because he was wearing a bright, high-visibility yellow rain jacket, he would be incredibly easy to spot against the white snow or the green trees. But they found absolutely nothing. It was like Steve had dissolved into the air. After 2 weeks of intense searching, the official rescue effort was called off. The authorities believed that Steve had succumbed to the elements and that his body was lost somewhere in a deep crevice. But Steve's family refused to give up. In particular, his older brother, Bob. Bob was 26 years old. He was in incredible physical shape, and he was extremely close with his younger brother, Steve. When the official search ended, Bob made a life-altering decision. He quit his job. He packed up his life and moved to the Mount Marcy area. He dedicated his entire life to finding his brother. For a whole year, Bob searched Mount Marcy. He did not just walk the main trails. He went deep into the trackless wilderness. He climbed steep cliffs. He crawled through thick brush. He searched caves and ravines. The veteran park rangers who worked on Mount Marcy began to joke that Bob knew the mountain better than they did. Over that year, Bob walked over 2,500 miles on the mountain. He reached the summit of Mount Marcy over 600 times. Every single time he went up, he took a different route. He looked under every boulder. He peered into every bush. He was looking for any scrap of yellow fabric. But he never found a single trace of his brother Steve. The only thing Bob did find during his year-long search was the skeletal remains of another hiker. This was a person who had gone missing on the mountain 3 years earlier. No one had been able to find him. Bob was able to recover those remains and bring closure to that missing hiker's family. But as for his own brother, there was nothing. This brings us to some very strange questions. How could Bob, who searched 2,500 miles and summited the mountain 600 times, miss his brother? Steve was wearing a bright yellow rain jacket. That jacket would not decompose in a year. It would have stood out like a beacon against the gray rocks and green trees. If Steve's body was on that mountain, Bob or the search dogs should have found him. And then there is the question of the dog. Why was that highly energetic trail dog so terrified that night? What was outside of the tents that made the dog cower in fear and refuse to help its owner? Dogs have senses that are far sharper than ours. They can smell and hear things we cannot. The dog clearly sensed something in the dark. Something that was close to the camp. Something that was terrifying. And why did Steve feel such an overwhelming urge to walk up that trail alone in the first place, leaving all of his survival gear behind? When we look at these 3 cases together, we start to see some truly bizarre patterns. These are the patterns that David Paulides writes about in his Missing 411 books. First, look at the victims. Kevin O'Keefe, Patrick Whalen, and Stephen Thomas. They were not inexperienced tourists. They were not people who got lost because they did not know how to read a map. Kevin took a wilderness survival class specifically for Alaska. Pat was a seasoned survivalist who had hiked thousands of miles on the Pacific Crest Trail. Steve was an experienced mountain hiker who had tackled rough terrain in Washington. These were men who knew the dangers of the woods. They knew that leaving your gear behind is a fatal mistake. Yet, all three of them did exactly that. Kevin left his fully packed backpack by a tree. Pat left his gear inside his zipped tent. Steve left his pack in Bruce's tent. Second, look at the tents. In both Kevin's case and Pat's case, the main support strut of their tents was broken or collapsed. A tent strut does not just break on its own unless there is extreme wind, but in both cases, the weather had not been bad enough to cause that kind of structural failure. It looked as if something had pushed down on the tents, or as if the tents had been grabbed. Third, look at the food. In the wilderness, food is gold to wild animals. If you leave food out in the open in Alaska or Montana, it will be gone in hours. Bears, wolves, and rodents will smell it and find it. But in Kevin's case, his food was left out in the open and remained completely untouched. In Pat's case, his food was inside a tent for 6 months, and no animals ever ripped the tent to get to it. It is as if the local wildlife was actively avoiding these campsites. This is a huge red flag. Animals avoid areas where they feel a dominant, terrifying presence. And finally, look at the hints of a threat. Pat Whalen's empty knife sheath suggests he heard something so threatening that he drew his knife and stepped outside to face it. The dog on Mount Marcy was so terrified of whatever was outside the tent that it cowered and whimpered. If we try to reconstruct what actually happened to these men, we have to look past these standard explanations. The authorities wanted to believe these were simple accidents. They wanted to believe Kevin fell in a gully, Pat got lost, and Steve froze in a crevice. But the evidence does not support those theories. If Kevin fell into a gully, why were his boots, hat, and glove liner found neatly tucked away in that gully half a mile from his camp while his body was nowhere to be found? Why would he walk half a mile barefoot over rough Alaskan terrain? It is physically impossible to do that without destroying your feet, yet his boots were found clean and undamaged. Did something carry him there? Did something force him to take his boots off? If Pat got lost, why did he leave all his gear, including his boots, inside his zip tent? A survivalist does not wander off into the Montana woods barefoot without his gear. He stepped outside with his knife to face something. Whatever it was, it took him. It took him without a struggle, without leaving a drop of blood, and without disturbing the tent. If Steve froze in a crevice on Mount Marcy, why did his brother, who searched 2,500 miles, never find a single thread of his bright yellow jacket? Why did the dog cower in fear? There are many theories about what is happening in these deep forests. Some people believe there are wild, feral humans living in the remote areas of our national parks. They believe these people have lived off the grid for generations, and they hunt campers for survival. They know the terrain perfectly. They know how to move without leaving tracks. They know how to ambush someone silently. Others believe there are predators in the woods that science has not yet discovered. They talk about legendary creatures like Bigfoot or Sasquatch. They point to the broken tent struts, the heavy objects being moved, and the way search dogs refuse to track the scent. They say that animals are terrified of these creatures, which would explain why no wildlife came near Kevin's or Pat's campsites to eat the food. And then there are those who believe in even stranger things. They talk about portals or tears in space and time. They believe that under certain conditions, people walk off a trail and simply slip into another dimension. This would explain why people disappear in a second and why their bodies are sometimes found in areas that had been searched by hundreds of people multiple times. We will likely never know the truth. The government and the Park Service continue to remain silent about these disappearances. They do not want to scare the public. They do not want people to stop visiting the parks. But the files remain open. The aftermath of these disappearances is a heavy, lingering grief. For the families of Kevin, Pat, and Steve, there is no closure. There is no grave to visit. There are no answers. They are left with a permanent void in their lives. They are left with the haunting knowledge that their loved ones went into the beautiful, peaceful woods and encountered something so terrifying that they were never seen again. When you go into the deep woods, it is easy to feel small. You look up at the giant trees and you realize how massive the wilderness is. You feel a sense of awe. But the next time you are out there and the sun starts to go down and the forest gets quiet, pay attention. Listen to the wind. Look at the shadows. If the birds suddenly stop singing and the woods go completely silent, remember these stories. Remember that you might not be as alone as you think. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On a cold evening in December of 2005, a young woman was making her way down a sidewalk in New York City. The city was alive with the holiday spirit. Christmas lights were strung up on all the buildings, and decorations filled the shop windows. It was a festive scene. But as the woman walked, her eyes drifted over to a nearby newspaper stand. And something she saw on the front page of the paper made her stop dead in her tracks. It wasn't festive at all. It was the opposite. Staring back at her from the front page was a picture of a person she had hoped she would never have to see again for the rest of her life. On the evening of Sunday, the 27th of November, 2005, a 21-year-old woman named Catherine Woods was in the bathroom of her small New York City apartment, carefully leaning towards the mirror. She was putting on her eyeliner, getting ready for work. Her phone, sitting on the counter beside her, buzzed with an incoming call. But Catherine didn't even glance at it. She was in a hurry and didn't have a moment to spare. Her shift started at 7 o'clock, and she couldn't be late. Catherine had moved to the big city from her home in Ohio 3 years earlier. She had a dream, a big one. She wanted to be a dancer on Broadway. But New York City is an expensive place to live, especially when you're chasing a dream. So, to make ends meet, Catherine was working 3 different jobs. 2 of her jobs were pretty normal. She was a waitress at a local restaurant, and she also taught dance classes to children, which she really enjoyed. But tonight, she was getting ready for her 3rd job. And this job was different. It wasn't something she was proud of. In fact, she felt a sense of shame about it, so much so that she kept it a secret from almost everyone she knew, including her family back in Ohio. Her 3rd job was at a strip club near Times Square called Flash Dancers, where she worked as a topless dancer. Catherine didn't like the work, not one bit. But the money was good, really good. And if she was going to have any real shot at making it on Broadway, she needed that money for voice lessons and dance classes and all the other expenses that came with being a performer in New York. She lived in Manhattan, which was the most expensive borough in an already very expensive city. She knew she could save a lot of money if she moved to a cheaper neighborhood, and she had actually tried that when she first arrived. But her time in that less expensive neighborhood had ended in a traumatic experience. Her landlord had sexually assaulted her. The event had shaken her so badly that she seriously considered giving up on her dream entirely, packing her bags, and just moving back home to Ohio. But in the end, her determination won out. She decided to stay in New York and keep fighting for her dream. She just needed to be smarter about her living situation. And so she found her current apartment in a much safer part of Manhattan. To help with the high rent, she got a roommate. His name was David Hahn. He was 23 years old and was one of Catherine's friends from back home. At this very moment, as Catherine finished her makeup, David wasn't in the apartment. He had just gone out to get his car, which was parked a little ways down the street. He was going to drive her to work. As Catherine walked out of the bathroom and through the living room, she had to step over a black dog that was fast asleep on the floor. The dog wasn't hers, and it wasn't David's either. It turned out David was a part-time dog sitter, and this dog was just a temporary guest while its owners were away. Just like Catherine, David juggled multiple part-time jobs to get by. When he wasn't dog-sitting, he worked as a doorman at a hotel just up the street from their apartment building. He and Catherine had a bit of a history. They had actually been a couple at one point and had dated for a little while. But these days, they were just friends, just roommates sharing an apartment to split the bills. Though, if Catherine was being honest with herself, she sometimes wondered if they should give their relationship another try. Thanksgiving had just passed a few days earlier. Instead of going back to Ohio for the holiday like she usually did, Catherine had stayed in New York and celebrated with David. It had been a really nice time, just the two of them. A big plus for David was that he knew about her job at Flash Dancers, and he didn't judge her for it. Catherine felt like most people would, so she really appreciated that about him. But there was one big hurdle that she saw to them ever getting back together. And that was the fact that David seemed to dislike almost every single man she ever met or dated. He was intensely jealous. With some of the guys, she could kind of see his point. There was a guy named Joe she had briefly dated who she'd met because he was a customer at the strip club. David had not liked him at all. But then there were other guys, like Paul. Paul was a personal trainer at Catherine's gym. She'd gone out with him a few times, but it was never very serious. He had always been perfectly nice and polite to David. But even so, David insisted that Paul was a creep. He just had a bad feeling about the guy. But right now, Catherine wasn't focused on her love life. She just needed to get dressed and get downstairs. She didn't want to keep David waiting in the car. So she went into her bedroom to finish getting ready, and that's when she heard the dog in the living room suddenly start barking. It sounded agitated, like someone was at the door. Curious, Catherine walked out of her room to see what was going on. A little while later, David Hahn was walking quickly along the sidewalk, heading for his parked car. It was a few blocks away, and he was a bit out of breath by the time he reached it. He knew he was cutting it close on time, so he jumped in, started the engine, and drove back towards his apartment building. As he pulled up to the curb out front, he called Catherine's cell phone. But she didn't answer. He figured she was probably just running a little late, so he put his hazard lights on, got out of the car, and headed into the building to get her. He went up the flight of stairs to their second-floor apartment. As he walked down the hallway towards their door, he saw something that made him stop. It was the black dog. He was dog-sitting. Somehow, the dog had gotten out of the apartment and was just standing there in the shared hallway. David was confused. Then he saw his neighbor, a man named Brad Stewart, standing right behind the dog. Brad was holding a leash, and it was clipped onto the dog's collar. Brad was a guy David rarely ever spoke to, so this was a strange sight. For a second, Brad looked surprised to see David. And David was just trying to process why his neighbor was holding the leash of the dog he was supposed to be watching. Brad then explained that he had found the dog wandering around the hallway. He said he recognized it as David's and was just bringing it back. Brad told him he had just knocked on their apartment door, but nobody had answered. At this point, David understood why Brad had the dog, but he had no idea how the dog had gotten out of the apartment in the first place. He decided not to ask. He just thanked Brad, took the leash from him, and then walked over to the door of his apartment, number 2D. The door was closed, but when he turned the handle, he found that it was unlocked. David couldn't remember if he had locked it when he left or not. He opened the door and called out Catherine's name. There was no response. That was weird. She should have been ready and waiting for him. He stepped inside, leading the dog with him. He didn't see Catherine in the living room, but he did notice that the door to her bedroom was cracked open just a little bit. He walked over to it and called her name again. Still nothing. He tried to push her bedroom door open, but it wouldn't budge. It swung open maybe a few inches and then stopped hard. He could feel a heavy resistance on the other side, as if something big was on the floor, blocking the door from opening all the way. Now, with all these strange little things happening one after another, a feeling of worry started to creep into David's mind. A surge of adrenaline hit him. He put his shoulder into the door and shoved it open. He squeezed his head through the opening and looked inside. And what he saw in there made him immediately pull back. He turned, ran out of the apartment into the hallway, and he called the police. About 30 minutes later, around 7:30 p.m., an NYPD detective named Stephen Getz was walking up the stairs of an apartment building in Manhattan. This part of the city, the Upper East Side, was known for being extremely safe. Homicides were practically unheard of here. But based on the frantic 911 call, Getz knew that a potentially grisly murder scene was waiting for him in apartment 2D. When he got to the second-floor landing, he saw several other NYPD officers were already on the scene. One of them was talking to a young, skinny guy standing in the hallway. The man looked completely distraught and was clutching a leash attached to a black dog. Another officer came over and gave Detective Getz a quick rundown. He said the man was the victim's roommate, David Hahn. He was the one who had found the body and made the 911 call. The victim, Catherine Woods, was inside the apartment, in the back bedroom. Getz nodded and walked down the hallway, past David and the dog, toward the apartment door. He wanted to see the scene for himself before he started questioning anyone. He pulled on a pair of disposable rubber gloves and carefully examined the doorframe of the apartment. Then he looked at the door itself. He didn't see any scratches, pry marks, or any other damage that would suggest a forced entry. So, he stepped inside. The small living room was a bit messy, but it didn't look like it had been ransacked or turned over in a robbery. The futon was pulled out into a bed, and there were some men's clothes scattered around, but it just looked like a normal lived-in space. Getz moved carefully through the living room, making sure not to disturb anything. He headed towards the back of the apartment, to what he assumed was the bedroom where the body was located. The door was open just enough for him to squeeze through. When he stepped inside the room, he was met with a horrific sight. There was blood everywhere. It was splattered on the walls and on the furniture. The room itself looked like it had been completely torn apart. A drawer from a dresser was pulled out, and women's clothing was thrown all over the floor. The mattress had been ripped completely off the bed frame and was now lying on the floor. In fact, the mattress was the very thing that had been blocking the door from opening all the way. And there, in the middle of the room, lying in a large pool of blood, was the body of a young woman. Getz knew from the 911 call that her name was Catherine Woods. He walked over and squatted down next to her to get a closer look. She was wearing only a t-shirt and underwear. On the front of her t-shirt, there was a very clear and distinct shoe print, as if the killer had literally stepped on her chest. Her body was covered in at least a dozen stab wounds. There were also cuts on her hands and arms, which gets recognized as defensive wounds. They told him that she had fought back hard against her attacker. But the most severe injuries were to her neck. Her killer had slit her throat with such force that they had nearly decapitated her. To Detective Getz, it was immediately clear that this was not a random act of violence. This was a crime of pure rage, a personal attack. At that moment, Getz heard footsteps behind him. He stood up and turned to see that the NYPD forensics team had arrived. The blocked door was making it difficult for everyone to move in and out of the bedroom. So, one of the first things the forensics team did was carefully pick up the mattress from the floor and lean it up against the wall, clearing the doorway. Now, the bedroom door could swing open freely. Detective Getz stepped back to give the forensics team space to work. He watched as they carefully lifted the shoe print from the t-shirt Catherine was wearing. They then found a second identical shoe print on her bedsheets, and they collected that as well. To Detective Getz, both prints appeared to be from the exact same shoe. And just by looking at them, he guessed they belonged to a man of average size. An idea sparked in the detective's mind. He stepped out of the bedroom and back into the living room. He quickly spotted a couple of pairs of men's shoes lying on the floor near the futon. He picked one up and looked at the sole. The tread pattern didn't match the prints he had just seen in the bedroom. But the size of the shoe, it looked to be about the same. An hour later, at about 8:30 p.m., Detective Getz sat across from David Hahn at a table inside an interview room at the NYPD's 19th Precinct. He handed a bottle of water to David, who was currently his #1 suspect. The facts were simple and damning. There was no sign of forced entry at the apartment, which meant Catherine's killer either had a key or was let inside by someone who did. The murder weapon was a knife, and the attack was so brutal and savage that it screamed of personal motivation. Even though Catherine's bedroom was a mess, it didn't look like anything had been stolen. And because she was found partially undressed, a sexual motive was also a possibility. So, the detective's working theory was that the killer was a man who knew Catherine well, had easy access to her apartment, and had a personal reason to be angry with her. David Hahn fit that profile perfectly. Plus, it appeared he wore the same size shoe as the killer. As Detective Getz settled into his chair and took out his notepad, he did a quick, subtle scan of David's arms and hands. He was looking for any signs of a struggle. Cuts, scratches, bruises. He saw nothing. The detective found this interesting. Catherine had clearly fought for her life. Her killer would almost certainly have some marks on them. But Getz kept this thought to himself. Instead, he just leaned forward and, in a calm voice, asked David to walk him through what had happened that day. David's hands were shaking as he took a sip of water. He took a deep breath and began to speak. He said he had been at the apartment with Catherine that evening until about 6:40 p.m. That's when he left to go get his car so he could drive her to her 7 p.m. shift at Flash Dancers. But, he said, getting the car took longer than he thought it would. On his way, he had run into some of his coworkers from his doorman job, and he had stopped to chat with them for a few minutes. He said after he got his car and drove back, he expected to see Catherine waiting for him on the curb outside their building. But she wasn't there. When he called her phone and she didn't answer, he went inside to get her. That's when he ran into his neighbor, Brad, in the hallway holding the dog. And then, he said, he went into the apartment and found Catherine's body. David told the detective that he called 911 right away and that it was right around 7 p.m. At this, Detective Getz paused his writing and looked up at David. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. David was claiming that he was only gone from the apartment for about 20 minutes. And in that incredibly narrow window of time, someone had managed to get inside, brutally murder Catherine, and then escape without being seen. It sounded like one of the most convenient and therefore unbelievable alibis Getz had ever heard. But he didn't let his skepticism show. He didn't want David to get nervous and stop talking. So he kept his tone sympathetic and asked David how long he had known Catherine. David explained that they had met a few years ago back in Ohio. They started dating, and he eventually followed her to New York to live with her. But not long after he moved, Catherine broke up with him and asked him to move out. David said he couldn't afford a place of his own, so he ended up sleeping in his car. Catherine had felt bad for him, so she eventually let him move back in, but on one condition: he had to sleep on the futon in the living room. Detective Getz's pen was now flying across his notepad. David wasn't just Catherine's roommate, he was her ex-boyfriend. An ex-boyfriend who was the last person to see her alive, and the one who discovered her body. Getz was now more certain than ever that he was sitting across the table from Catherine's killer. He told David that he was being incredibly helpful, but that he needed to step out for a moment to check on something. David agreed to wait. As Getz stood up to leave, he paused at the door and asked one last question. He asked David what his shoe size was. Without a moment's hesitation, David replied that he wore a size 10.5. Getz jotted that down and then left the room. What he didn't tell David was that he was going to get updates from the forensics team and the officers who were out interviewing David's neighbors. And then he was going to come back and use that new information to try and catch David in a lie. About 19 hours later, around 3 p.m. the next day, Detective Getz was at his desk feeling utterly exhausted. He was on his third or fourth cup of coffee. He had been up all night going back and forth with David, who was still, at this very moment, sitting in an interrogation room down the hall. Getz had also been in constant communication with the forensics team and the other officers working the case. He still had a mountain of work to do before he could even think about going home to sleep. Right now, he was reviewing a new stack of reports from the uniformed officers who had gone door to door in Catherine and David's apartment building. They had been asking the neighbors if they had seen or heard anything unusual the night before. And just as Getz had hoped, the information they were gathering started to poke holes in David's story. David had claimed that he left the apartment around 6:40 p.m. and that Catherine was alive and well at that time. But two different neighbors reported hearing screams coming from the apartment well before 6:40. The man who lived in the unit directly above them said he heard 3 distinct screams at exactly 6:28 p.m. And the people who lived in the apartment right next door to them said they heard screaming, barking, and the sound of furniture being moved around even earlier, sometime between 5:45 and 6 p.m. Now, none of these neighbors had called the police at the time. The noises had stopped pretty quickly, and in a crowded New York City apartment building, strange noises were a common occurrence. Then there was Brad Stewart, the neighbor who had found the dog. Brad told the police that his encounter with David in the hallway happened sometime between 6 and 6:30 p.m. But David had said he went back up to the apartment and found Catherine's body around 7 p.m., a full 30 minutes later. Getz knew that eyewitnesses were often unreliable when it came to specific times. But still, all of these inconsistencies were adding up. It looked like David's alibi had some serious problems. The detective leaned back in his chair and took another sip of coffee. Just then, his phone rang. It was the forensics team. They had an update on the shoe prints found on Catherine's t-shirt and bedsheets, and the news was exactly what Getz was expecting. The prints were from a men's size 10.5. This was the exact same shoe size David wore. Getz thanked them, hung up the phone, and immediately headed back to the interrogation room to have another talk with David Hahn. This time, when Getz sat down, he didn't offer David any water. He got straight to the point. He confronted David with all the new evidence. He told him that the killer's shoe prints were a perfect match to his shoe size. He told him that his neighbors had heard screams coming from the apartment before he had supposedly left. And he told him that Brad Stewart said he saw him in the hallway at least half an hour earlier than David had claimed. Getz leaned in close and told David that there were security cameras in the apartment building and that his officers were in the process of reviewing the footage. So, he said, if David had anything else to say, now was the time to say it. Getz watched David's expression change from exhaustion to pure fear. It seemed to be the first moment that David truly understood that the police did not believe his story for a second. After a moment of stunned silence, David insisted again that he did not kill Catherine. He begged Detective Getz to believe him. But when the detective just stared back at him, unmoved, David suddenly launched into a new story, a detail he had failed to mention at all during the nearly 20 hours of questioning. He said that Catherine knew a guy named Paul Cortez. They had dated for a while, but David had always thought he was a creep. David said Catherine had even told him that Paul was obsessed with her. So, David said, the police shouldn't be investigating him. They should be investigating Paul. To Detective Getz, this sounded like a desperate last-ditch effort to shift the blame onto someone else. But he knew he had to follow up on every lead, no matter how flimsy it seemed. So, he wrote down Paul's name and told David they would look into it. When Getz finally left the station for the night, David was still in the interrogation room. And outside the precinct, reporters from all the major newspapers were starting to gather. The next morning, the story of Catherine's murder was everywhere. Pictures of her smiling face were on the front page of all the local papers and on the morning news. The headline on the New York Daily News made Detective Getz grimace. It read, "Secret Life of Slain Stripper." The article reported that Catherine's family, who had flown in from Ohio to identify her body, had no idea she had been working as a topless dancer. Getz skimmed the article at his desk. He was not convinced that Catherine's job had anything to do with her murder, but the media seemed determined to run with that angle. A media circus was the last thing he needed. His team was already under immense pressure to make an arrest, and now, with all the news coverage, they were about to be flooded with tips from the public, most of which would lead nowhere. Getz put the newspaper down and walked down the hall to the interrogation room. He had ended the previous day feeling confident that David was his killer. He had even sent David home with strict instructions not to leave the city, fully intending to arrest him very soon. But first, he had to tie up the loose ends, and that meant ruling out any other potential suspects. And one of those potential suspects was sitting in the interrogation room right now. It was Paul Cortez, the man David had named. Officers had tracked him down and brought him in for questioning. As soon as Getz entered the room, the first thing he did was look down at Paul's shoes. They looked to be a pretty average size, maybe even a 10.5. Getz also checked Paul's hands and arms for any scratches or bruises. He did see one small injury on one of Paul's fingertips. When Getz asked about it, Paul explained that he had just pinched it between a couple of weights at the gym. Paul was very calm and soft-spoken. He said he had heard about Catherine's death on the news and that he just wanted to help the investigation in any way he could. When Getz told him that they had gotten his name from David Hahn, Paul just rolled his eyes. He said that David had always been jealous of his relationship with Catherine. Paul explained that he had met Catherine at the gym about a year ago, and they had dated on and off ever since. He said that at the time of her death, they were in an off phase, but he still cared about her deeply and hoped that one day they might get back together. Paul told Getz that he hadn't seen Catherine on the day she died, but he had spoken to her on the phone earlier that afternoon. He said that was normal for them. They still talked from time to time. He said he had actually tried to call her a second time later that day, but she didn't pick up. He didn't think much of it at the time. Paul then gave his alibi for that night. He said he went shopping with some friends and then went to a local bar to watch the Jets game around 8:30 p.m. Getz made a note to check his alibi. Then he asked Paul if he had any idea who might have wanted to hurt Catherine. Paul thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up as if he just remembered something important. He said there was a stalker, a guy named Joe, who had been a regular customer of Catherine's at the strip club. He said that months ago, this guy Joe had somehow gotten Catherine's personal phone number and started contacting her outside of the club. Around that same time, Catherine had been roofied during one of her shifts. Paul said he could never prove it, but he had always suspected that it was Joe who had drugged her. Catherine had cut off all contact with Joe after that, but the whole incident had really bothered Paul. He had tried to convince Catherine to quit her job, but she had refused. Paul admitted that he had even called Catherine's father to tell him how worried he was about her. Catherine had been furious with him for doing that and had stopped talking to him for weeks. Getz wrote all of this down and then asked Paul if he knew how to get in touch with this Joe. Paul said he didn't have his number, but he knew it would be in Catherine's phone. Because, he said, the last time he spoke to Catherine on the phone, on the very afternoon she died, she had told him something that surprised him. She said that after months of silence, Joe had started calling her again, completely out of the blue. Detective Getz studied Paul's face, trying to detect any sign of deception. This whole story about Joe could just be a clever way for Paul to deflect suspicion from himself. But Paul seemed genuinely sincere. Besides, it would be easy enough to check Catherine's phone records to see if he was telling the truth. Getz hated to admit it, but maybe the newspapers were right. Maybe he did need to start looking more seriously at the men Catherine knew from the strip club. The following afternoon, Wednesday, November 30th, Detective Getz was sitting at his desk feeling increasingly annoyed. He had just hung up the phone with yet another reporter. He hadn't made an arrest yet, so he was keeping his comments brief. He turned his attention back to the stack of papers on his desk. They were Catherine's cell phone records, which he had subpoenaed the day before. And they showed that Paul had been telling the truth. There were calls from both Paul and a man named Joe shortly before she died. So Getz had his officers bring Joe in for an interview. He asked Joe to explain why, after months of no contact, he had suddenly started calling Catherine right before she was murdered. Joe claimed he was just calling to check in, to see how she was doing, and to wish her a happy Thanksgiving. He said he was just trying to be friendly. But then Getz asked him point blank if he had ever roofied someone's drink. At that question, Joe's eyes went wide, and he stammered that he would never, ever do something like that. But his reaction told Getz a different story. The detective was almost certain he was lying. And so now, the entire investigation felt like it was wide open. Just a few days ago, Getz had been so sure that David was the killer, but now all these other men from Catherine's life were emerging. He now had three main suspects instead of just one. In fact, his original suspect, David, was starting to look more and more innocent. Getz's officers had spoken to David's coworkers at the hotel, and they all confirmed his story. They said he really had stopped to chat with them on the evening of Catherine's death. And while Getz had hoped the security camera footage from the apartment building would definitively prove David was lying about his timeline, it actually did the opposite. The footage showed David leaving the front entrance of the building at 6:38 p.m., which lined up almost perfectly with his story of leaving around 6:40. Now, this didn't completely exonerate him. Based on the neighbors' accounts of hearing screams earlier, it was possible Catherine was killed before David left. But the building didn't have many cameras, and there were no angles that covered the hallway outside of apartment 2D. So, the footage couldn't prove, one way or another, who had gone into that apartment. Just then, his phone rang again. Getz picked it up, expecting another reporter. But this time, it was a member of the forensics team, and he could hear the excitement in their voice. He told Getz that they had just found something. Something big. Something they had completely missed during their initial sweep of Catherine's apartment. The forensics technician explained that when they had first entered Catherine's bedroom, they had moved the mattress that was blocking the door and propped it up against the wall to get it out of the way. But in doing so, the mattress had covered up something that was on the wall behind it. It was a bloody handprint. It wasn't until a couple of days later, after they had processed everything else in the room, that they moved the mattress again, and that's when they finally saw it. Getz's face lit up. This was the breakthrough he had been waiting for. Now, all he had to do was get handprints from all of his suspects and see which one was a match. But he quickly realized he had a major problem. By this point, some of his suspects had hired lawyers. And those lawyers were advising their clients not to speak to the police and certainly not to voluntarily provide their handprints. Getz couldn't legally force them to give their prints unless he arrested them. And so, the detective found himself in a frustrating catch, 2-2. He needed the handprints to make an arrest, but he couldn't get the handprints without making an arrest. And at that point, the investigation stalled. Weeks went by, and Detective Getz grew more and more frustrated. There was nothing he could legally do to move the case forward. The case was still getting a lot of attention in the press, and to the public, it looked like the NYPD was fumbling the investigation. But then, on December 16th, almost 3 weeks after Catherine's murder, the very news coverage that had been annoying Getz so much ended up giving him the key he needed to solve the case. That day, a woman called the NYPD. She was calling because of something she had seen on the front page of a New York newspaper. And what this woman had to say would lead Detective Getz directly to Catherine's killer. Based on all the evidence, this is what police believe happened to Catherine Woods on the evening of the 27th of November 2005. Shortly after 6:40 p.m., the killer walked up the stairs inside of Catherine's apartment building. They knew her schedule. They knew that at this very moment, she would be alone in her apartment, getting ready for her shift at Flash Dancers. The fact that she worked at that club was a source of intense jealousy for the killer. The thought of other men looking at her, of her giving her attention to anyone else, drove them into a silent rage. The killer had tried to win her over to make her his, but she had rejected him. And now, the time for talking was over. The killer walked quietly down the hallway to apartment 2D. They reached for the doorknob and turned it. It was unlocked. As they slipped silently into the apartment, they pulled out the knife they had hidden in their sweatshirt. But then, something unexpected happened. The black dog that was lying on the living room floor jumped up and started barking at them. For a brief moment, the killer considered turning around and leaving. But then, Catherine, alerted by the dog's barking, came out of her bedroom. She looked right at the killer, and she saw the knife in their hand. Catherine let out a scream and immediately ran back into her bedroom, the one room in the apartment that the killer was not welcome in. The thought of her trying to hide from them in her own private space sent a surge of anger through the killer. They charged into the room after her. Catherine was already on the far side of her bed, trying to lift the mattress to use it as a shield. But the killer was too fast. They pushed past the mattress and grabbed her from behind. But Catherine fought back with everything she had. She thrashed and kicked, trying desperately to break free. They struggled violently, crashing into furniture and knocking things over. And then, the killer raised the knife and slit her throat. But even with that fatal wound, Catherine kept fighting. She fought with such ferocity that the killer had to brace themselves against the wall to keep their balance. And in the chaos of the struggle, with blood on their hands, the killer placed a hand against the wall, leaving a perfect, bloody print behind. Finally, Catherine collapsed to the floor. But the killer, still blinded by rage, got on top of her and began stabbing her again and again. When Catherine finally stopped moving, the killer stood up and ran out of the apartment. But as they got into the hallway, they realized that the dog had gotten out. The dog was still barking at them, on edge from the violence it had just witnessed. The killer wanted to get the dog back inside the apartment, but they couldn't get close to it. So instead, they just pulled the apartment door shut, trapping the dog in the hallway. Then, the killer fled the building, using a back exit where there were no security cameras. And for weeks, it seemed like they had gotten away with it. Until their violent past finally caught up with them. Several weeks after Catherine's murder, a young woman who had no connection to Catherine was walking down the street in New York when a newspaper at a newsstand caught her eye. On the front page was a story about the murder case, and there was a picture of one of the main suspects. The woman was horrified. She recognized the man in the picture. He had sexually assaulted her about a year earlier. She had been too scared and ashamed to ever file a police report. But now, seeing that this same man was a suspect in a brutal murder, she knew she had to speak up. She called the NYPD and told them her story. The NYPD's Special Victims Unit used her accusation as the basis to arrest the man, and that man was Paul Cortez. Finally, with Paul under arrest, Detective Getz was legally able to get his handprint. And it was a perfect match to the bloody print found on Catherine's bedroom wall. David's suspicions about Paul had been right all along. He was a violent predator who had assaulted at least one other woman before he murdered Catherine. Cell phone tower data would later prove that Paul was in the immediate vicinity of Catherine's apartment building right before the murder. He had been calling her over and over again. When she ignored his calls, he waited. He saw David leave the building to go get his car, and then he made his move. He knew Catherine would be alone. David was only gone for about 20 minutes, but that was all the time Paul needed to get inside, commit the murder, and slip away unnoticed. Paul Cortez was arrested about a month after Catherine's murder. On Wednesday, the 23rd of December 2005, he was found guilty of second-degree murder and was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. In June of 1982, a 38-year-old woman named Cindy Hack finally made a decision that she hoped would change the course of her life for the better. She divorced her husband, Roy. For years, their marriage had been sliding into a dark, toxic, and abusive space. It was the kind of relationship that slowly drains a person of their happiness, their confidence, and their sense of safety. So, when the divorce papers were signed and Cindy packed up her things to move into her own home in Vancouver, Canada, she felt this incredible weight lift off her shoulders. For the first time in a very long time, she felt free. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she genuinely believed that the worst years of her life were behind her. She was ready to start over, rebuild her life, and find peace. But unfortunately, her newfound happiness would be incredibly short-lived. Only 4 months after leaving her husband, Cindy's terrifying waking nightmare would begin. It all started with a late-night phone call on the 7th of October, 1982. When she answered the phone, the voice on the other side was raspy and angry sounding. It addressed Cindy by name and quickly told her that they planned on hurting her, and before Cindy could do or say anything, the caller had hung up. Cindy was absolutely horrified and did not know what to do, so she did nothing. Over the next few days, she received more calls from this phantom caller, and each of them began with this person addressing her by name and then threatening her with graphic violence. Cindy began to convince herself that this had to be some terrible prank, and so she continued to do nothing about it. But then, one night, Cindy could not help but feel like she was being watched. She looked into her living room and noticed one of her windows was still open. Normally, at night, she would draw all the curtains in her house to block out the dark. She walked over to the window and pressed her face up against the glass to look outside, but she did not see anyone out there. She closed it, drew the curtains, turned around, and began walking back toward the kitchen when her phone rang. She hesitated, but eventually picked the phone up. On the other side of the call was the mystery caller, who, in a mocking tone, told her that curtains were not going to protect her and that they knew exactly when she was home. This incident pushed her over the edge. She knew this could not be some bad prank. This was real. So, she contacted the police, who made a house visit, but there was not any sign of a break-in or any sign of a crime being committed. After walking her property and feeling confident that she was safe, they told her that she should really consider getting an unlisted telephone number so that this mystery person could not keep contacting her. Cindy thanked them and went on to get an unlisted telephone number. But not only would the calls continue, they would become more frequent, and the harassment in general only began to escalate. 3 days later, on October 15, Cindy and her good friend Agnes were coming back from dinner to Cindy's house. When they got there, they noticed that one of the front windows had been broken. They carefully walked onto the porch and realized the front door was actually unlocked and slightly ajar. They considered immediately leaving the property and just calling the police, but they sat there for a minute and did not hear anything inside the house, so they decided they would just poke their heads in and investigate. When they went inside, all the lights were off and there was no sign of a disturbance. It was totally quiet. But when they went upstairs, they found white feathers scattered all over the hall. They followed those feathers all the way to Cindy's room. In her room, all of her pillows had been ripped apart, and the key to her front door was laying conspicuously on her bedside table. The women fled the house and called the police, but when they showed up, there really was not much they could do. Despite knowing about the threatening phone calls Cindy was getting, there was just no clear sign of who broke into her house and cut up her pillows. The police told her that the best thing she could do was change her locks, make sure everything in her house stayed locked at all times when she was home, and call back if she noticed anything out of the ordinary. Over the following few days, Cindy got more threatening phone calls and began waking up to threatening notes laying on her front porch that had been made from newspaper and magazine clippings. This led to the police launching a larger investigation into the matter. An officer named Pat McBride, who had been on the force for 8 years, began checking in on Cindy almost daily, and very quickly, Pat and Cindy developed a romantic relationship. Pat actually moved into Cindy's house while he was investigating this case. As soon as Pat moved in, the harassment seemed to stop. But just a couple of weeks later, in early November, Pat woke up one morning at Cindy's house and discovered that her phone lines were dead. When he went outside to investigate, he discovered that the lines had actually been cut, and he found a pair of wire cutters laying on the ground. Over the following month, in addition to the threatening phone calls and notes left on her porch, Cindy began hearing somebody walking around outside her house at night, but she was always too terrified to go to the window and look outside to see who it was. She began finding raw meat sitting outside of her door in the morning, and she would find pictures of dead bodies tucked under her windshield wipers on her car. One day, she walked into her backyard and she discovered 3 dead cats hanging in her garden. Cindy, who was a bubbly and happy person before the harassment started, had become a totally anxious and paranoid mess. But despite her obvious distress, the local police were starting to doubt her claims that the stalker was even real. Every time she called them claiming stalker activity, they would go to her house and look around, but they could never find any evidence to suggest that anyone besides her, her friends, or her boyfriend had been there. And speaking of her boyfriend, police officer Pat McBride, he would tell his coworkers that he was never home when the stalker called, and he never heard anybody walking around outside of her house. He said the only reason he knew about these things was because Cindy told him after the fact. Upset that the police were not taking her seriously, Cindy broke up with Pat and decided she needed to move and start over in another town. Just days before Cindy was supposed to relocate, her friend Agnes stopped by. When she went to the front door and knocked, there was no answer. She walked around to the back, and she found her friend crouched down behind the stairs as if she was hiding from something. Agnes ran over to her and noticed she had this black nylon stocking wrapped tightly around her neck, but Cindy seemed to be totally unfazed by it and just kept looking out towards her shed. Agnes ran over to Cindy and asked what she was doing and what was on her neck. Cindy turned to look at her, her eyes super wide and panicked, and she told Agnes that just minutes ago she had been walking out to her shed to get something when a man leapt out of the shadows, wrapped this nylon around her neck, and began choking her, threatening that if she turned around to look at him, he would attack her family. Cindy and this man struggled for a minute until Agnes's car approached, which spooked the man and he ran off. Agnes was shocked, and she grabbed her friend and picked her up. She pulled the nylon off of her neck, and the two of them ran inside and locked all the doors and windows. At that point, Cindy called the police, but when they showed up, the only evidence of this attack was Cindy's account and the stocking. But the police believed the nylon stocking was Cindy's and that she had staged the whole event and tied it around her neck herself. A few days later, in January of 1983, Cindy moved into a new home in a town called Richmond, which is a suburb of Vancouver, Canada. As soon as she got there, she painted her car a new color, and she actually changed her last name to James. For months, she did not see or hear from her stalker, but in October of that year, she found another dead cat on her property with a note next to it that just said, "You are next." Fearing for her life, she called the Richmond police, who set up a surveillance operation on her property, but for months, despite dozens of officers watching her house at practically all hours, they never ever saw any stalker activity. But as soon as the officers left for any amount of time, when there was a gap in surveillance, Cindy would call the police and report stalker activity. In time, this town's police department also began to suspect that Cindy was fabricating the stalker story, and they told her as much. Now, blatantly knowing the police were not taking her seriously, Cindy hired a local private detective named Ozzie Cabin to look into her case. Immediately, he installed bright floodlights all around her property, and he gave her a two-way radio to place inside of her house that constantly broadcast back to Ozzie's office. That way, if she was in trouble, he would know about it, even if she could not get to the radio to actually tell him. He also installed a panic button inside of her house that would send an alarm directly to him as well as to the police. In January of 1984, after only being on the case for a couple of weeks, Ozzie heard some strange sounds coming across the two-way radio. It sounded like there was some sort of struggle happening in Cindy's house, and so he tried radioing her to ask what was going on, but he did not get a response. And so he flew over to her house, knocked on the door, but there was no answer, and so he kicked the door down and found Cindy lying in the hallway motionless with a note on top of her hand that was held in place by a paring knife that had been stabbed through the note and then through her hand. The note said, "You are dead, lady." Cindy also had a black nylon stocking wrapped around her neck, and so initially Ozzie believed Cindy was dead, but he managed to find a pulse, and so he brought her to the hospital. When she regained consciousness, all she could recall was feeling someone inject her arm with a needle, and then after that, she had no memory of the attack. The police, believing Cindy had staged the attack, did not bother to take fingerprints at her home or on the knife or on the note. Ozzy, on the other hand, believed his client was telling the truth. He did not believe Cindy was physically capable of injecting herself in the area where the needle had entered her body. The angle was nearly impossible to achieve on her own. Once she was released from the hospital, the police, despite believing she was lying, continued their surveillance operation of her property, but like always, nothing ever happened when any of the officers were on duty. The stalker activity only was reported after they had left. Life went on like this for over a year, and during that time, Cindy's mental health continued to decline rapidly. She lived in constant fear of the stalker, and she was deeply embarrassed that the police believed she was lying. On the 11th of December 1985, Cindy was attacked again, but the details on this are incredibly scant. Someone found her lying in a muddy ditch 6 miles away from her home. She was wearing a single work boot on her foot and a single glove on her hand. She was suffering from severe hypothermia, and she had cuts and bruises all over her body, and she had a black nylon stocking wrapped around her neck. She had no memory of the attack. The police told her that they believed this was yet another staged event, and so they did not do any significant follow-up. After a few days in the hospital, she was sent home, but she was terrified to be alone, so she reached out to her friend Agnes and asked if she and her husband Tom would stay with her for a couple of days, and they agreed. The first night they were there, Cindy woke up in the middle of the night and heard strange sounds coming from the basement. She woke up Agnes and Tom, and they heard the sounds too, and so they went down to the first floor. They opened up the door to the basement, and they looked downstairs, and very clearly there was a fire raging in her basement. Cindy immediately ran to the phone to call 911, but they discovered the phone lines had been cut. Tom ran outside to try to find a neighbor to call 911 for them, and when he went outside, he found a man just standing there in front of the house watching it. Tom yelled to him that he needed to call 911 because the house was on fire, but this man, without saying a word, just turned and ran down the street, and that man was never identified. Finally, Tom did get a neighbor to call 911, and the fire department arrived quickly and put out the fire. After an investigation, they determined that the fire had been set intentionally. This was an act of arson, and the police said there were no signs of forced entry anywhere around the house, which means someone who was already in the house had to have started the fire. They specifically said Cindy had to have started the fire because she staged these events all the time due to this stalker delusion she had. Agnes and Tom strongly denied this claim, saying they never heard Cindy walking around at night, and she would never jeopardize their lives like that. After this event, Cindy became extremely depressed and had to be hospitalized, and for 10 full weeks, she was under intense psychiatric care. At the end of those 10 weeks, the doctors determined that she was not a threat to herself or to anyone else, and so she was sent home. It was at this time that Cindy went to the police and said that she thought Roy, her ex-husband, was behind all of the attacks. Police immediately brought Roy in for questioning, and he emphatically denied all allegations, saying he had nothing to do with it, and, in fact, he had been the victim of this stalker that was going after his ex-wife. He said he got a number of these threatening phone calls, and one time when they called, they left him a voicemail message, and he played it for the police. After speaking with Roy and confirming his various alibis, the police ruled him out as a suspect. For the next 3.5 years, Cindy continued to receive threatening phone calls and messages at her house, but no one besides Cindy ever saw this stuff happen live. While her private investigator, Ozzy, still believed her story, the police had stopped responding to her calls. On the evening of the 25th of May, 1989, Agnes showed up at Cindy's house for their scheduled game of bridge. When she knocked on the door, there was no answer, and because Agnes and Cindy were very close, Agnes tried the front door. It was unlocked, and so she let herself in, thinking Cindy must be upstairs taking a shower. But when she stepped inside, the house was totally silent, and after a couple of minutes of no commotion upstairs, Agnes began searching the house for her friend, and she discovered that Cindy was not there. And so, She called the police. The police launched a search and very quickly found Cindy's car in a parking lot at a local supermarket, and when investigators went over the car, they discovered there was blood on the outside of the driver's side door. The contents of Cindy's purse, including her credit cards and identification, were scattered about on the ground near the car, and in the trunk of the vehicle were the groceries that Cindy had recently purchased. But despite her car being found, there was really no indication of where she went next. Her friends and family believed she had been kidnapped by her stalker, and the police believed she was staging yet another event, but regardless, no one could find her. 2 weeks after her disappearance, and 1.5 miles away from where her car had been found, a road worker had drunk too much coffee and needed to use the bathroom. Where they were working, they did not have a portable toilet, and they were not near any local businesses that might offer public restrooms. The only area that offered any privacy was the abandoned building that was right near their work site, and so this worker told his crew where he was headed. He turned and began walking across the totally overgrown front yard of this property, and as he began walking around the side of this building, he smelled this horrific smell like one of the worst smells he had ever smelled in his life. He assumed that because this property was abandoned, maybe people were dumping their trash on it somewhere and it was a hot day and that is why it smelled, but either way, he wrote it off. He walked around to the back of this building, found a good spot, relieved himself, and turned around and began walking back along the side to go back to the road when he stopped because he saw something lying near the side of the house that he was surprised he had not noticed on his way in. He could not really see what it was because the tall grass was obscuring his view, and so he took a couple of steps forward to get a better look. When he could see clearly what it was, he stopped because laying in front of him was a clearly deceased woman laying on her side with her hands and feet bound behind her back, and around her neck was a black nylon stocking. It was the body of Cindy James. Despite the nylon around her neck, the autopsy revealed she did not die from strangulation. She died from an overdose of morphine and other drugs. The police brought in a not expert who was easily able to put himself in the same position that Cindy was in and tie himself up. With this information combined with their belief that Cindy was a pathological liar, they concluded that this had to have been self-inflicted, that she injected herself with the lethal dose and then dropped down to the ground and tied herself up to stage the epic conclusion to this stalker delusion. To cover their bases, the police did re-interview Roy, the ex-husband, but his alibi checked out and, realistically, he was never actually a suspect. It is not listed online whether Pat McBride, the police officer ex-boyfriend, was ever investigated. While the police were very confident in their theory of what happened to Cindy, there were some discrepancies. The medical examiner did not agree with the ruling that this was a suicide. He said that you cannot conclude that because there is not enough evidence. During the autopsy, it was discovered that Cindy did have an injection mark in her arm, but they could never find the needle anywhere near her body or anywhere between her and her parked car. Considering the extremely high dosage of narcotic that was found in Cindy's system, if this had been a suicide, as soon as she injected herself, she would have had to immediately shift gears, get down on the ground, and start hog-tying herself before she became too intoxicated to function, meaning the needle should have been right around where she was found, but it was not. Also missing from the crime scene were Cindy's shoes and socks, and, interestingly, her bare feet were totally clean despite the fact that in order to get where she was found, she would have had to cover a distance of at least 1.5 miles from her parked car. But again, there was no dirt or any markings on the underside of her feet, which made absolutely no sense if she had walked there barefoot. Also, it was strange that she was not discovered faster than 2 weeks. Although she was found near this abandoned house that was totally overgrown, the house was actually frequented by teenagers, and there was a walking trail nearby that would have had a line of sight on her body. These discrepancies have led many people to believe that Cindy did have a stalker, and this stalker kidnapped her in the supermarket parking lot, tied her up, injected her with the lethal dose of morphine, and then after she had died, dumped her near this abandoned property right before she was found, leaving that black nylon tied around her neck because that was the stalker's signature. Some have taken this a step further and said Pat McBride, the police officer, was behind the attacks because he would have known when surveillance was set up on her house and could have very easily avoided detection. But the most bizarre and fascinating theory of what happened to Cindy is that she had dissociative identity disorder. This is where someone maintains at least two distinct personalities, and when one of those personalities is active, the other kind of fades and has no memory of this experience, creating these huge memory gaps. And so, the theory goes, one of Cindy's personalities was effectively stalking herself, or, more specifically, one of her personalities hated herself and wanted to do herself harm. And so, that personality would do things like stab her own hand or run 6 miles away into some ditch and leave herself for dead, and then Cindy's other personality would take back over and she would suddenly come to, having no memory of how she became injured or how she wound up in the ditch. So, when she went to the police to tell them that someone was stalking, harassing, and attacking her, she was telling the truth, but that someone, that stalker, was actually her, and she just did not know it. But Roy, her ex-husband, was a psychiatrist, and in their 16 years of marriage, he never noticed this. And when Cindy was in that psychiatric ward for 10 weeks following one of her stalker attacks, none of the medical doctors or trained psychiatrists ever noticed or diagnosed her with this complex condition. It is still possible she had it, and it just came on later in life, and it did not present itself enough to be noticed during those 10 intense weeks of psychiatric care. But realistically, this reduces the chances of that condition being behind this whole tragic thing. To this very day, her death is still considered a suicide by the authorities, and no one has ever been charged in connection with her death. Her family is left with the agonizing pain of an unsolved mystery, and the entire world remains completely divided on what really happened to her. To this day, nobody truly knows what happened to Cindy James. And maybe the scariest part of this entire story is that we probably never will. Thanks for watching. Around 4:45 p.m. on the 11th of February 1995, a bleak and somber atmosphere blanketed Northumberland, a quiet, sprawling rural county in northern England. Amidst the torrential downpour pounding mercilessly from the sky, 50-year-old Eric Tollett sat at his desk inside his office. Eric was the owner of a successful furniture factory located in the area. From his vantage point, the only sound that broke the silence was the heavy, rhythmic thumping of rainwater beating against the metal roof. An intense, low-pressure weather system was moving through the region, spawning a thunderstorm so fierce it was rarely seen in those parts. Looking out the window at the worsening conditions, Eric couldn't help but smile with a sense of relief. Hours earlier, realizing how hazardous the weather was becoming, he made the executive decision to close the factory early. He sent all of his employees home so they could remain safely indoors before the storm reached its peak. Eric felt incredibly grateful that he was finally in a financial position to offer his workers a paid day off like this. Things had not always been so easy for him. 16 years prior, Eric had poured every single penny of his life savings, scraping together whatever cash he could find just to make the investment and buy this property. After purchasing it, the building was practically a derelict shell, requiring a massive, grueling renovation to transform it into a functional furniture factory where he could actually manufacture and sell goods. Now, after more than a decade and a half of relentless hard work, his business was highly successful. A single day of lost profits because of a storm was no longer a major concern. Instead of worrying about the numbers, Eric was simply using the quiet afternoon to catch up on some lingering administrative paperwork and enjoy some downtime with his family. Present at the factory with Eric that day was his girlfriend, Leslie, who was relaxing by the office window, casually watching the rain bounce off the glass. Also visiting was Eric's 60-year-old brother, Donald. To keep things lively, Donald had taken Leslie's 8-year-old son over to the factory's attached garage to play and pass the time while the storm raged outside. The office was peaceful, save for the rustling of papers as Eric shuffled through his files, when suddenly the office door swung open with a violent thud. Leslie's 8-year-old son burst into the room, his face completely pale and his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The boy was entirely alone. Donald was nowhere to be seen. Before Eric or Leslie could even utter a syllable to ask what was wrong, the child blurted out in sheer terror that Donald had suddenly collapsed onto the floor over in the attached garage. Initially, Eric froze, his mind struggling to process the sudden news. However, the first thought that flashed through his mind concerned his brother's well-being. Donald was 60 years old and had a history of underlying health issues. Hearing the boy say that Donald had collapsed triggered an immediate alarm bell in Eric's head. Oh my goodness, did he just have a heart attack? But on the other hand, a small, rational part of him wondered if the 8-year-old was simply overreacting to something completely benign. Whatever the case may be, Eric knew instantly that he had to drop everything and rush over to check on Donald. Eric and Leslie threw their paperwork aside and sprinted after the boy. Because the garage was directly attached to the main factory building, they were able to run straight through the interior corridors, never having to step foot outside into the raging storm. The moment the three of them reached the doorway of the attached garage, they were met with the harrowing sight of Donald lying completely motionless on the concrete floor. Before Eric could run over to his brother to assess his condition, he instinctively stopped right in the doorway. Turning sharply to Leslie and her son, he gave a firm, urgent command. "Go back to my office and call 911 right now. I'll be in there as soon as I can." Leslie nodded quickly, grabbing her son's hand and turning around to sprint back to the office. The moment they were out of sight, Eric rushed into the garage and knelt down right next to his brother's limp body. Leaning in close, Eric could tell immediately that Donald was not breathing. Trembling, he began feeling around for any pulse or sign of life. But right at that exact moment, something bizarre and terrifying happened. Eric suddenly felt an incredible, overwhelming tightness seize his chest. His lungs constricted, a sharp pain shot through him, and the air around him seemed to vanish into thin air. Before he could even comprehend what was happening or attempt to crawl back toward the doorway, his vision went pitch black. He lost consciousness instantly and collapsed onto the floor, right next to his dying brother. The horrific truth behind this mysterious phenomenon lay in a dark secret from the property's past, one that Eric had forgotten long ago. 16 years before Eric purchased the building to start his furniture business, the structure had served an entirely different purpose. It was a coal processing plant. Because of that specific history, there was a literal coal mine shaft entry directly connected to the warehouse structure. In the old days, coal would be brought straight up out of the mine through this entrance to be processed inside. When Eric bought the property, he was well aware of the abandoned mine shaft. However, the mine had been out of use for decades. The entrance leading down into the subterranean tunnels had been completely boarded up with thick wooden planks. Seeing that it played no role in his daily operations and posed no obvious threat, Eric hadn't given the mine a single thought in over 15 years. What Eric didn't know was that deep within the pitch-black, isolated void of the abandoned mine, a lethal toxic gas known as choke damp had been silently accumulating in massive quantities over the years. Choke damp is a suffocating cocktail of gases, primarily composed of carbon dioxide and nitrogen, which completely strips the oxygen out of an environment. On that exact afternoon, the severe low-pressure storm system outside caused a drastic drop in atmospheric pressure. This sudden change created a natural vacuum effect, literally pulling the highly concentrated choke damp gases up from the depths of the mine. The toxic fumes seeped out through the rotting cracks of the boarded-up entrance. Because the attached garage was a closed, poorly ventilated space, the deadly gas built up rapidly inside the room, transforming the garage into an invisible, highly lethal gas chamber capable of knocking out any living being within seconds. Donald had walked into the garage first, unknowingly inhaling the toxic air, which caused him to pass out and tragically suffocate to death. Eric had rushed in second, falling victim to the exact same oxygen-deprived environment. Fortunately, Eric's quick thinking in ordering Leslie and her son back to the office saved their lives, preventing them from stepping into the death trap. Leslie managed to dial emergency services just in time. When the paramedics and fire department arrived, they utilized proper breathing apparatuses to enter the garage. They quickly dragged both Eric and Donald out into the fresh air. Though Donald could not be revived due to the prolonged exposure, Eric still possessed a faint, flickering pulse. He was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. After intensive medical treatment, Eric miraculously regained consciousness and survived the ordeal, though he was left to carry the profound grief of losing his brother to an invisible, silent killer. At 10 a.m. on the 10th of September 2022, a profound sense of tranquility surrounded a small vessel sailing through the Pacific Ocean. The boat was floating less than a mile off the eastern coast of New Zealand, gliding over perfectly calm, light blue water. Standing on the deck was Diana Stewart, a 8-year-old woman with a passion for capturing the raw beauty of the natural world. As she looked out across the horizon, she spotted a magnificent albatross bird soaring gracefully across the clear sky. Reacting with practiced ease, she lifted her camera, adjusted her lens, and snapped a picture. Diana was an accomplished wildlife photographer and a dedicated member of the Nature Photography Society of New Zealand. She, along with 9 other avid members of the society, had chartered this specific boat for a highly anticipated birdwatching and photography excursion. So far, the trip had absolutely lived up to the immense hype. They had spent the last 2 hours sailing around the pristine waters, happily photographing a variety of beautiful, rare birds and unique marine wildlife. To top it all off, they had even been lucky enough to witness a couple of massive whales breaching in the distance. By all accounts, it had been a fantastic and highly successful day on the water. At this point, the group had finished their scheduled tour, and the skipper was making his way back toward the shore. As the boat cruised along, Diana kept her eyes peeled, looking out for any last-minute photography opportunities that might present themselves. While scanning the water for more birds, something large caught her attention. There was a massive shadow moving just beneath the surface near the boat. It was moving at an angle, heading directly toward the vessel. Initially, Diana couldn't quite make out the shape through the ripples of the water, but then the image suddenly came into sharp focus. It was an enormous whale, and it was swimming so fast that it appeared it would pass right underneath them. Excited by the prospect of a close-up encounter, Diana pulled out her camera once more to capture the moment. But in the next split second, the worst possible scenario unfolded. The whale did not swim safely under the boat. Instead, it rammed directly into the side of the vessel with immense force. Before Diana or anyone else could react, the boat lurched violently onto its side and flipped completely upside down. Within a heartbeat, Diana and the rest of the passengers and crew were violently thrown off the deck and plunged into the frigid ocean water. The moment Diana hit the freezing water, the shock of the temperature threatened to paralyze her. Fortunately, she was wearing a modern automatic inflation life jacket. The second it was submerged, the mechanism triggered, and the vest quickly filled with air, forcing her back up toward the surface. Disoriented, gasping for air, and struggling to get her bearings in the shockingly cold water, Diana opened her eyes, only to be met with absolute pitch-black darkness. Furthermore, the noise was deafening. She couldn't hear the ocean or the screams of her companions. The only thing filling her ears was the roar of the boat's engine, which was still running. Putting her hands up, her fingers brushed against a solid curved surface directly above her head. It was then that she realized the grim reality of her situation. The boat had capsized directly on top of her. She was trapped inside a small, cramped air pocket underneath the overturned hull. Panic began to set in. Diana started calling out desperately for help, trying to maneuver her body downward so she could swim out from under the curved edges of the boat. However, she quickly hit a major obstacle. Her life jacket was fully inflated and packed with buoyant air. The intense upward force made it physically impossible for her to dive down beneath the rim of the boat to escape. She was pinned to the ceiling of the air pocket by her own safety gear. The water was freezing, the kind of cold that could induce severe hypothermia in less than 30 minutes. As Diana fumbled around in the darkness, gasping for the limited air, she felt her hands brush against other people. There were others trapped in the air pocket with her. She grabbed onto them, trying to communicate, but everyone was in a state of sheer, unadulterated panic. With no way to swim down and no visibility, Diana realized their only option was to violently bang on the underside of the hull, hoping to alert whoever was on the outside that they were trapped within. Outside the overturned vessel, a different struggle was taking place. There were 11 people on the trip in total. When the boat capsized, 6 of them, including the skipper, a man named Mark, were thrown clear of the hull and into the open ocean. As Mark swam through the choppy water, he suddenly heard a distinct, frantic knocking sound echoing from beneath the upside-down boat. Mark immediately understood what was happening. While he and the other 5 survivors outside were facing a life-or-death scenario in the freezing ocean, the people trapped underneath were in far more immediate danger. Mark quickly gathered the 5 people with him to ensure they could stay afloat, and then he climbed up onto the slippery, exposed bottom of the flipped boat. He knew the vessel was large enough to support their weight without sinking further, and getting out of the water was their best chance at delaying hypothermia. Once on top, Mark began banging back on the hull, shouting to the people inside to let them know they had been heard. The scene was chaotic. The engine was still roaring loudly, the ocean was choppy, and nobody knew if the boat might suddenly sink to the bottom. In a stroke of luck, Mark checked the pockets of one of the survivors who had climbed up with him and found a cell phone. Despite being submerged, the phone miraculously still worked. Mark immediately called the emergency authorities, reporting the capsizing and emphasizing that multiple people were trapped under the water. The dispatcher assured him that a rescue team was being deployed immediately. Inside the dark pocket, Diana and the 4 others were running out of time. The air was growing increasingly thin, and the choppy water inside the cavity caused them to repeatedly gulp down mouthfuls of water as they struggled to keep their heads up. They kept pounding on the hull, begging for rescue. Some considered deflating or ditching their life jackets to attempt to dive to safety, but the risks were terrifying. Ditching their only flotation device in pitch darkness without knowing what debris or obstacles blocked the exit could mean drowning instantly. So they chose to wait, continuously knocking against the metal. True to their word, the rescue authorities arrived on the scene remarkably fast. They safely extracted Mark and the 5 other survivors from the top of the capsized vessel. Immediately after, rescue divers plunged into the water, swimming underneath the overturned hull to reach the air pocket. They found all 5 passengers, including Diana, exactly where they had been waiting. Tragically, however, all 5 were completely unresponsive. Despite the rapid arrival of the rescue team, all 5 individuals were pronounced deceased. When the medical examiners later conducted their investigation, they discovered a twist that no one could have anticipated. The 5 victims had not died from drowning, nor had they succumbed to the freezing hypothermia of the Pacific waters. When the massive whale originally rammed the side of the boat and caused it to flip, the violent impact had ruptured the vessel's internal gasoline lines. Because the boat was resting upside down, this rupture caused fuel to leak directly into the enclosed air pocket. The dark, freezing cavity where Diana and her companions were trapped had rapidly filled with highly toxic gasoline fumes. Within just 17 minutes of the capsizing, the concentrated fumes completely overwhelmed their respiratory systems, and all 5 passengers tragically died of gasoline poisoning before rescue could reach them. On Sunday, the 6th of November 2022, a 21-year-old man named Yevgeny Titov stepped out of his home in Yagolovsk, a small, quiet city located in western Russia. To anyone watching, it seemed like an ordinary weekend morning. Yevgeny calmly got into his car, turned the ignition, and drove about an hour and a half north until he reached a public parking lot. He parked his car, locked the doors, and walked a few blocks down the street toward the local train station. Upon entering the station, Yevgeny walked up to the ticket counter. With a calm and collected demeanor, he asked the clerk when the next available train was leaving for St. Petersburg. The clerk informed him that a train was scheduled to depart shortly. Yevgeny purchased a one-way ticket, walked out onto the platform, and sat down on a bench to wait. When the massive train finally rolled into the station, he climbed on board, found his assigned seat, and settled in. What followed was a grueling 3-hour journey as St. Petersburg lay over 1,000 miles away. For nearly 2 full days, Yevgeny just sat in his seat, doing absolutely nothing to pass the time. He hadn't brought a backpack, a change of clothes, a book, or any food. He didn't even have a phone charger. The only item in his possession was his wallet. He simply stared out the window, watching the vast Russian landscape roll by, waiting patiently for the train to reach its final destination. Late on the night of Tuesday, November 8th, the train finally pulled into the station in St. Petersburg. Yevgeny, looking as calm as he had when he first started his journey, stood up and exited the train. From there, he traveled another 15 miles south to reach Pulkovo Airport. Investigators still do not know exactly how he made this final leg of the trip, whether he took a local bus, a secondary train, walked on foot, or hitched a ride with a stranger. Regardless of the method, he arrived at the airport in the dead of night. However, instead of entering the terminal to buy a plane ticket or board a flight, Yevgeny walked directly past the building and headed into a specific, secluded parking lot on the airport grounds. Several hours later, in the eerie, dark morning hours of Wednesday, November 9th, an airport employee was walking through that very same parking lot on their way to an early shift. The lot was mostly empty, and the air was freezing cold. As the person walked, they suddenly began to hear a strange, faint sound cutting through the silence. It sounded like muffled, distant screaming. At first, the traveler tried to rationalize the noise. Airports are busy places filled with stressed travelers, crying children, and people rushing around. Perhaps it was just someone goofing off or a child throwing a tantrum in the distance. But as they continued walking, the muffled screams grew louder and more desperate. Following the sound, the person's eyes landed on an open manhole cover situated in the middle of the parking lot. The terrifying truth became clear. The agonizing screams were echoing from deep inside the hole in the ground. For reasons that remain completely incomprehensible to this day, Yevgeny had approached that heavy cast-iron manhole cover, pried it open, and climbed down into the pitch-black subterranean world beneath the airport. At the bottom of the vertical shaft, the space was relatively wide, allowing a person to stand upright and move around. Branching off from this central chamber were various concrete and metal drainage pipes designed to carry water away from the airport grounds. Instead of staying in the wider, safer chamber, Yevgeny chose one specific pipe and lay down on his stomach. This particular pipe was made of rigid, rusted metal and measured a mere 30 centimeters, 1 foot in diameter. It was a space so incredibly narrow that a normal adult could barely squeeze their shoulders into it. Yet, Yevgeny plunged into the pipe headfirst, using his fingers and toes to deliberately crawl forward into the suffocating darkness. He didn't stop when the metal scraped against his skin. He didn't stop when the air grew thick and cold. He pushed himself forward, inch by inch, forcing his body deeper into the restriction until he had crawled nearly 12 meters for feet into the pipe. Finally, the laws of physics caught up with him. He had wedged himself so tightly into the narrow tube that he could no longer move forward, nor could he slide backward. He was completely paralyzed, trapped in a metal tomb under the earth. It was at that moment, in the dead of night, that the reality of his situation set in, and Yevgeny began to scream for his life. The traveler immediately called emergency services, and within minutes, the parking lot was flooded with police cars, fire trucks, and specialized rescue squads. Officers climbed down into the manhole and shone their flashlights into the pipe, only to see the soles of Yevgeny's shoes deep within the tunnel. The rescue operation was a logistical nightmare. The pipe was buried deep beneath thick layers of asphalt and concrete, and there was no way to pull him out by his feet without risking breaking his legs or snapping his spine. For hours, rescue teams used heavy jackhammers, industrial saws, and specialized digging equipment to break through the concrete of the airport parking lot. They carefully excavated the earth around the drainage system, working meticulously so they wouldn't collapse the pipe onto the trapped young man. Inside the pipe, Yevgeny was rapidly succumbing to the toxic underground gases and the freezing temperatures of the Russian winter soil. Somewhat unbelievably, after hours of intense, agonizing labor, the rescue crews managed to cut open a section of the metal pipe and pull Yevgeny out alive. He was immediately rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Yevgeny's survival was a miracle, but his body had paid a terrible price. He had to be hospitalized for a significant period due to severe, extensive skin damage caused by violently forcing his body against the rough, rusty interior of the 30-centimeter pipe. He also required intensive treatment for severe hypothermia and acute gas poisoning from inhaling subterranean fumes for hours. Following his remarkable physical recovery, authorities launched a massive, comprehensive investigation into the incident. The entire sequence of events defied logic. Why would a young man leave his home, travel over 1,000 miles without any belongings, just to crawl headfirst into a tiny drainage pipe beneath an airport parking lot? Was it a bizarre internet stunt? Was he fleeing from someone? Was it a drug-induced episode? When detectives finally sat down with Yevgeny in his hospital room to ask him these exact questions, they were met with a final twist that left them entirely baffled. Yevgeny was completely lucid, calm, and cooperative. However, he looked the investigators in the eyes and insisted that he had absolutely no memory of the past 3 days. He remembered being at home in Yagelovsk on Sunday, but everything after that, the 3-hour train ride, the airport parking lot, and the agonizing crawl into the 30-centimeter pipe, was a total, impenetrable blank. To this day, the true motivation behind Yevgeny's terrifying journey remains buried in the dark, beneath the concrete of Saint Reality. Petersburg. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On July 11, 1999, a 17-year-old high school student named Thomas Nazaro was standing in the middle of a massive freezing wilderness in the heart of Alaska. He was surrounded by towering mountains, sheer cliffs, and endless sheets of solid white ice. Thomas was participating in a highly intensive, month-long mountaineering course organized by a well-known outdoor leadership school. This was not a casual weekend camping trip or a light hike in the woods. This was a rigorous 26-day-long expedition designed to teach young people how to survive, navigate, and lead in some of the most unforgiving and hostile environments on Earth. Thomas, along with 10 other carefully selected students and 3 highly experienced professional instructors, had spent the last several weeks pushing their physical and mental limits. They had climbed steep peaks, navigated treacherous rock faces, set up shelters in the middle of freezing blizzards, and learned how to cook and stay warm in sub-zero temperatures. By this point in the trip, they had been out in the wilderness for almost a month, and everyone was completely exhausted. Their bodies were sore, their faces were windburned, and their clothes were dirty. But despite the fatigue, they were also incredibly proud of what they had accomplished. They had successfully reached the base of a massive glacier, and they were preparing for the final, most challenging leg of their journey. Before they made the final climb up the glacier, the instructors decided to hold a small, informal meeting. It was a long-standing tradition in this mountaineering program to reward the students who had performed the best over the course of the previous few weeks. The instructors had been closely watching everyone from day one, quietly observing who took on leadership roles when things got tough, who mastered the complex survival and rescue skills, and who maintained a positive, encouraging attitude when everyone else wanted to quit. The reward they offered was absolutely incredible. The instructors would select a small group of the top performing students and allow them to hike up the glacier completely on their own without the constant supervision of the instructors for the last couple of days of the expedition. This was a massive honor, showing that the instructors trusted them completely with their own safety in a highly dangerous environment. Thomas was absolutely thrilled when the instructors called his name. He was officially chosen as one of the top students. He felt an immense sense of pride and accomplishment as he stood there in the cold air, looking up at the massive, glowing blue river of ice they were about to climb. The instructors gathered the selected students, went over the safety guidelines one last time, handed them their maps, and told them that they would meet up again at the designated extraction point at the end of the trip. With their heavy backpacks secured, their crampons strapped to their boots, and their ice axes in hand, Thomas and the other chosen students began their independent hike up the glacier. They walked for several hours, the steady crunch of their boots on the hard ice echoing in the vast, quiet landscape. The air was crisp and clear, and the views were absolutely breathtaking. After hiking about 3 miles up the glacier, they came across a perfectly flat, stable area of ice. It was the ideal spot to set up their campsite for the night. The sun was still high in the Alaskan summer sky, but they knew they needed to get their tents pitched and their gear organized before the temperature began to plummet. Everyone immediately fell into their familiar routines, unpacking tents, unrolling sleeping bags, and securing their gear. As they were working, Thomas noticed they were going to need water for cooking. He paused and listened, and from somewhere nearby, he could hear the faint, distinct sound of rushing water. On a glacier, finding a running stream is incredibly important because melting solid ice for drinking water takes a lot of time and uses up valuable stove fuel. Thomas volunteered to go fetch some water for the group. He grabbed a metal cooking pot, told his friends he would be right back, and walked off in the direction of the sound. He walked around a massive corner of ice, moving completely out of sight of the campsite. His friends continued setting up their tents, chatting and laughing, expecting Thomas to return in just a few minutes. But 10 minutes went by, then 20 minutes, and there was still no sign of Thomas. The other students started to get a little concerned. They knew that on a glacier, you never want to wander off alone for too long. They figured maybe he was just having trouble finding a safe spot to fill the pot, or maybe he was taking a quick break to enjoy the view. Still, they decided they should go check on him. They walked around the same ice corner Thomas had turned, expecting to see him walking back toward them with a full pot of water. But when they rounded the corner, they stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a complete dead end. It was a massive ice wall that went up on 3 sides, towering high above them. There was absolutely nowhere else to go. It was just a solid chamber of ice. But the most confusing and alarming part was that Thomas was not there. The space was completely empty. They looked around, thinking maybe he was hiding behind a crevasse or a ridge of ice that they could not see. They called out his name, but there was no response. The only sound was the wind and the rushing water. As they stood there, looking closer at the area, they noticed something sitting on the ground. Right at the base of the massive ice cliff was Thomas's metal water pot. It was just sitting there, completely upright, but Thomas was nowhere to be found. At this point, they began to feel a deep sense of panic. They started walking toward the water pot, yelling Thomas's name louder and louder, hoping he would call back. They got about 3/4 of the way to the ice wall when suddenly one of the students stopped and yelled for everyone to freeze. They all stopped dead in their tracks and looked down at where the student was pointing. And that is when they realized the horrifying truth of what had happened to Thomas. They immediately turned around, running as fast as they could back through their campsite, down the trail, and back toward the base of the glacier where the instructors were. They were absolutely terrified, panting for breath, and when they finally found the instructors, they gasped out what they had seen. The instructors were horrified. They immediately dropped what they were doing and ran up the trail, pushing themselves to reach the campsite as quickly as possible. When they got close to the ice wall, they had to be extremely careful because they knew how incredibly dangerous the area was. They got as close as they safely could, looked at the spot, and realized with absolute dread that there was nothing they could do to help Thomas on their own. They immediately called the police, and before long, a massive search and rescue operation was underway on top of the glacier. The investigators reconstructed what they believed had happened to Thomas. He had left his campsite with his water pot and walked around the corner out of sight. He heard the sound of water and went to find the stream. He found a small, slow-moving glacier stream and began trying to fill his pot. But because the stream was barely flowing, it was taking a very long time. As he stood there waiting, he would have heard a much louder, more powerful sound of rushing water coming from the massive ice wall in front of him. There was water pouring rapidly down the face of the ice cliff. Thomas, wanting to get the job done quickly, walked over to the base of the cliff to hold his pot directly under the rushing water. But the problem was, the base of that ice wall was incredibly slick and dangerous. Right where the water was pouring down, there was a massive hidden hazard. It was something called a moulin. A moulin is a circular, vertical shaft that is carved directly into the glacier by water runoff. Over years and years, as surface water melts, it trickles down through cracks in the ice, slowly eroding a hole that can go hundreds of feet deep into the dark, freezing heart of the glacier. Because the ice around the mouth of a moulin is constantly wet and smooth, it is slicker than glass. As soon as Thomas stepped up to the ice wall to catch the water, his boots would have lost all traction. He would have slipped and slid straight into the dark, gaping hole of the... When the rescue teams arrived, they gathered around the edge of the hole. They yelled down into the darkness, hoping to hear Thomas's voice, but there was only silence. One of the officers, who was particularly thin, volunteered to go down. He put on a thick, protective dry suit, secured himself into a heavy harness, and the team began lowering him head first into the freezing black hole. The inside of a moulin is a terrifying place. It starts out somewhat wide at the top, but as you go deeper, the walls begin to close in, getting tighter and tighter until they come to a narrow point. The officer hoped that even if he could not reach Thomas, he might at least be able to see him with his flashlight. But as he went down, the cold became unbearable, and the wet ice walls pressed in on him. At a depth of 100 feet, the hole became so incredibly narrow that he literally could not squeeze any further. He turned on his light and looked down into the abyss, but the hole just kept going, disappearing into absolute darkness. There was no sign of Thomas. The team pulled the officer back up to the surface. Next, they decided to try using technology. They brought out a long industrial fiber optic cable with a high-resolution camera attached to the end. They slowly began lowering the camera down into the tight ice shaft. They watched the monitor as the camera descended. It passed the 50-foot mark, then the 100-foot mark, and kept going. It went deeper and deeper into the glacier, past 200 feet, until they literally ran out of cable. At 250 feet down, the camera could go no further, and the feed showed that the hole just kept going, plunging into infinity. There was absolutely no sign of Thomas. It was a heartbreaking realization. The rescue team knew that Thomas had fallen at least 250 feet, and it was virtually impossible for anyone to survive a fall of that distance down a jagged, freezing ice tube. Even if he had somehow survived the initial fall, the reality was even more horrifying. The water runoff from the ice wall was constantly pouring directly into the moulin, acting like a giant drain. Thomas would have been wedged tightly deep inside the ice, and the freezing water would have rapidly pooled around him, eventually going over his head. He would have drowned in the absolute darkness of the glacier. With heavy hearts, the rescue teams realized there was nothing more they could do. They called off the search, and unfortunately, Thomas's body was never recovered. He remains there to this day, frozen deep inside the Alaskan glacier. The tragedy was a devastating blow to his family, who had watched him leave for his grand adventure with so much hope and excitement, only to realize he would never return. The news of the accident sent shockwaves through the local town of Palmer, Alaska, which served as the main staging ground for many of these mountaineering expeditions. People in the area knew how dangerous the glaciers could be, but the suddenness of Thomas's disappearance was particularly hard to swallow. The school that organized the trip was hit with questions about why such young, inexperienced hikers were allowed to wander off without direct adult supervision, even if it was meant as a reward for their hard work. The investigators went over the maps and the group's files, trying to see if there was any way the instructors could have predicted the presence of the Moulin. But the reality was that moulins are notoriously unpredictable hazards. They can easily be covered by a thin, fragile layer of snow called a snow bridge. This bridge looks completely solid to the untrained eye, but it will instantly collapse under the weight of a human being. The local sheriff explained to the media that on a glacier, everything is constantly moving, shifting, and melting, making it a dynamic and ever-changing landscape of hidden hazards. The family of Thomas Nazaro was left with a lingering, hollow grief, knowing that the very ice that had drawn Thomas to Alaska had ultimately claimed his life, keeping him in its cold embrace forever. Our second story takes us to the city of Leicester in England back in the year 1998. There was a very successful and busy commercial bread company there known as Fresha Bakery. The factory was a massive industrial facility that operated around the clock, producing thousands upon thousands of loaves of bread, rolls, and various other baked goods to supply grocery stores and supermarkets all over the region. It was a high-volume, high-speed environment where machines ran constantly and the noise of conveyor belts and heavy machinery filled the air. But behind the scenes, there was a major underlying issue that the employees were all too familiar with. The upper management team at Fresha Bakery was absolutely obsessed with profits. To them, every single second of production time was directly tied to the company's bottom line. They hated whenever a machine had to be stopped for maintenance because to them, a stopped machine meant lost money. Because of this relentless focus on the company's finances, the management team had a reputation for cutting corners whenever and wherever they could. They regularly ignored standard safety protocols, delayed necessary repairs, and pushed their workers to keep the production lines moving at all costs. It was a workplace culture where speed was valued far above safety, and the employees simply had to deal with the dangerous conditions if they wanted to keep their jobs. In May of 1998, one of the bakery's primary industrial ovens developed a relatively minor mechanical issue. One of the large metal cogs inside the oven's complex drive system had somehow worked its way loose and fallen off its shaft. The cog was not broken. It had simply slipped off and was now sitting on the floor of the oven. All that needed to be done was for someone to go inside the oven, locate the cog, pick it up, and slide it back onto its proper place on the shaft. It was a simple repair that would take a professional mechanic only a few minutes to complete. But the problem was, this was not a normal kitchen oven. To understand why this was such a massive headache for the managers, you have to picture what this industrial oven actually looked like. This was a colossal, custom-built tunnel oven that was about 80 feet long. It was essentially a long, enclosed metal tunnel made of thick steel and heavy insulation. Inside this tunnel, a heavy metal conveyor belt ran continuously from the entrance all the way to the exit on the other side. The conveyor belt was designed to carry the bread dough through the intense heat of the oven. Workers would place the unbaked dough onto the conveyor belt at one end, and the belt would slowly carry it through the 80-foot tunnel. By the time the belt reached the far exit, the bread would be perfectly baked and ready for packaging. It was a highly efficient system, but it was also incredibly dangerous if proper procedures were not followed. Whenever a repair or maintenance was needed inside one of these massive tunnel ovens, there was a very strict, non-negotiable safety protocol that was supposed to be followed. First, the gas burners that heated the oven had to be completely shut off. Then, the entire electrical system for the conveyor belt had to be completely turned off and locked out, meaning a safety lock was placed on the power switch so that no one could accidentally turn the machine back on while someone was inside. After the entire system was completely shut down, the oven had to sit idle for a minimum of 24 hours. This was because the massive steel structure and the heavy metal conveyor belt retained an immense amount of heat, and it took a full day for the interior of the tunnel to cool down to a temperature that was safe for a human being to enter. Only after this 24-hour cooling period had passed would a certified professional mechanic be allowed to climb inside and perform the repair. But the managers of Fresha Bakery looked at this safety procedure and saw nothing but lost profit. They did not want to wait 24 hours for the oven to cool down, and they did not want to pay the expensive fee for an outside professional mechanic to come in. Every single hour that this massive bread-making machine was turned off and not producing bread, the company lost approximately $1,500 in lost sales. The managers calculated that a 24-hour shutdown would cost them tens of thousands of dollars, and they simply refused to accept that loss. They decided that they would find a way to perform the repair themselves, and they wanted to do it without completely shutting down the machine. They huddled together in their offices and came up with a highly creative but incredibly dangerous plan. They realized that while they could not leave the main burners blasting at full temperature, they could turn the heat burners down to their lowest setting while allowing the heavy conveyor belt to keep rotating through the tunnel. They figured that if they could get a worker inside the oven while the conveyor belt was moving, the worker could make the repair quickly without them having to shut down the entire operation. But how could a person stand inside an oven with a massive heavy conveyor belt constantly moving around them? The managers looked closely at the design of the oven. Even though the massive machine sat flush against the concrete floor, there was a removable metal side panel near the base of the oven. If they removed this panel, a person could crawl flat on their stomach underneath the main body of the oven. Directly above their head would be the lower run of the conveyor belt. The managers realized that the conveyor belt was made of separate, modular metal sections that were linked together. They figured that if they physically removed a couple of these metal sections, it would create a noticeable, empty gap in the conveyor belt. As the belt rotated, this empty gap would cycle through the 80-foot tunnel. The plan was for a worker to crawl underneath the oven through the side panel. When the empty gap in the conveyor belt rotated around and positioned itself directly over the worker could stand up into the gap. They would be hunched over with the moving conveyor belt surrounding them, but they would be standing in the empty space of the gap. The worker would then slowly walk forward inside the oven, staying perfectly in step with the speed of the moving gap. Once they reached the center of the oven where the fallen cog was sitting on the floor, they could bend down, pick it up, put it back on the shaft, and then continue walking forward inside the gap until they reached the far exit of the oven. At that point, they could crawl out of another side panel and be completely done. The managers were incredibly proud of this plan. They truly believed it was a brilliant shortcut that would save the company a massive amount of money. They walked out onto the factory floor and began looking for workers who would be willing to volunteer for the job. Because they knew the job was highly unusual and carried some risk, they offered to pay extra money to anyone who would agree to do it. Eventually, two men stepped forward. They were 44-year-old Ian Erickson and 47-year-old David Mays. Both men were hardworking, dedicated employees who had been with the company for a while, and they both could really use the extra money. The managers explained the plan to them, and they agreed to do the job the following evening. This would give the oven some time to cool down after the burners were turned down. That night, David Mays went out to a local pub to have a few drinks with some of his close friends. As they sat together, the conversation turned to work, and David mentioned the unusual job he had volunteered for the next day. He admitted to his friends that he was feeling pretty nervous about it. The idea of crawling inside a massive, semi-operational industrial oven made him feel incredibly uneasy. He joked about how tight the space was and how hot it might be. But he shrugged off his fears, telling his friends that the extra pay was just too good to pass up, and he trusted that the management team had worked out all the safety details. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the burners on the oven were turned all the way down. The plan was to let the massive metal tunnel sit with the cooling fans blowing for the entire day, so that by the evening, the interior would be cool enough for Ian and David to go inside. But when Ian and David arrived for their shift later that afternoon, they realized they had a conflict. There was a major soccer game scheduled for that night, and both men were massive fans of the sport. They really did not want to miss the match. They approached their manager and asked if it would be possible to perform the repair a few hours earlier than planned. They figured that if they could get in and out quickly, they could finish their shift and get home in time to watch the kickoff. The manager walked over to the oven to assess the situation. He stood at one of the entrances and reached his hand inside. There were large cooling fans blowing air through the tunnel, and because the burners had been turned down for several hours, the air right at the entrance felt relatively cool to the touch. The manager did not check the digital temperature gauge on the control panel. He simply withdrew his hand, shrugged, and told the men that it felt fine to him. He gave them the green light to go ahead and start the job right away, hours ahead of schedule. The workers quickly got to work. They removed a few sections of the heavy conveyor belt to create the necessary gap. Ian was handed a small two-way radio so he could stay in constant contact with the team outside, and then the two men opened the side panel and crawled into the dark space underneath the oven. They lay on their backs, watching the underside of the heavy conveyor belt slowly crawl by above them. They waited patiently for the empty gap they had created to rotate around to their position. When the gap finally appeared directly above them, Ian and David stood up into the empty space. They had to hunch their shoulders and keep their heads down because the clearance inside the tunnel was extremely tight. They began their slow, synchronized walk into the dark, narrow metal tunnel of the oven. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. But about 5 minutes into the journey, the two-way radio on the manager's belt crackled to life. It was Ian. His voice sounded a bit strained as he told the manager that it was getting really hot inside the tunnel. The manager grabbed his radio and told Ian not to worry. He said that it was bound to be a little warm in there because the oven had been running all morning, but he assured him that it was nothing that could hurt him and told them to keep moving forward. But just a few seconds later, Ian's voice blasted through the radio again. This time, there was absolute sheer panic in his voice. He was screaming that it was not just warm. He said it was incredibly, unbearably hot, and they were in serious trouble. The manager finally realized that something was terribly wrong. He ran over to the control panel to look at the digital temperature gauge, which unbelievably, absolutely no one had bothered to check before sending the men inside. When the manager looked at the display, his heart sank. The temperature in the center of the 80-foot oven was reading over 200 degrees Fahrenheit. This was hot enough to boil water, and Ian and David were standing right in the absolute middle of it. The situation was a complete and total nightmare. There was physically no way for the two men to escape. The industrial conveyor belt was mechanically designed to only move in one direction. It could not be reversed. Furthermore, the belt moved at an agonizingly slow pace. It took a full 17 minutes for a single section of the belt to travel from the entrance to the exit. This meant that Ian and David could not speed up. They were entirely trapped inside the small moving gap, forced to walk at a snail's pace directly into the absolute hottest section of the oven. They could not crawl over the top of the belt or slide underneath it because the clearance was only a few inches, and if they tried, they would immediately be sucked into the heavy steel gears and crushed to death. For 10 agonizing minutes, Ian and David slowly made their way through the blistering heat, screaming out in pure terror and agony. They begged for help, their voices echoing off the metal walls of the oven. Outside, the bakery workers were in a state of complete chaos. They knew the men were burning alive inside, but they were entirely powerless to stop it. Someone suggested hitting the emergency stop button, but they quickly realized that would be a fatal mistake. The heat inside the oven was not actively being produced by burners. It was residual heat stored in the massive steel plates of the machine. If they hit the emergency stop button, the conveyor belt would grind to a halt, trapping Ian and David completely still in the absolute hottest spot of the tunnel, sealing their doom instantly. The only hope was to let the belt keep moving while they tried to tear the oven apart from the outside. Workers grabbed crowbars, wrenches, and hammers, frantically smashing and dismantling the heavy side panels of the oven, trying to find a way to cut through the thick insulation and pull the men out. But the metal was too thick, and the tools were not enough. By the time they finally managed to pry open a large section near the exit, it was too late. The conveyor belt completed its agonizing 17-minute cycle. Ian was pulled out of the exit of the oven, but he was already deceased. He had suffered horrific, fatal burns. David had collapsed somewhere in the middle of the tunnel, unable to withstand the blistering heat, and his body had been pulled under the heavy machinery and crushed. The tragedy sent shockwaves through the community. An intensive investigation was launched, and the absolute negligence of the bakery's management was laid bare. It was revealed that they had systematically bypassed basic safety regulations for years, putting profits above the lives of their workers. The trial that followed the deaths of Ian Erickson and David Mays was one of the most highly publicized workplace safety cases in the history of Leicester. The health and safety executive launched a meticulous investigation, interviewing every single worker who was on shift that day. It was revealed that the managers had not only ignored the temperature gauges, but they had actively pressured other workers in the past to perform similar dangerous shortcuts. During the court hearings, the defense tried to argue that the men had volunteered and had requested to go in early, but the prosecution argued that the company had a non-delegable duty of care to protect its employees from their own choices and from corporate pressure. The judge was visibly angry as he read the sentencing, stating that the company had treated human lives as mere numbers on a balance sheet. The bakery was ordered to pay massive fines, and the managers faced intense public scrutiny and professional ruin. But for the families of Ian and David, the court's decision was a small consolation. They had to live with the knowledge that a simple, cheap repair that should have cost a few $100s and some patience had instead cost 2 men their lives. For our final story today, we are going to look at a profession that most people have never even heard of, but it is easily one of the most dangerous, claustrophobic, and terrifying jobs in the entire world. It is called saturation diving, or simply sat diving. To understand the story of Richard Walker and Victor Gill, you first have to understand the incredible, almost alien environment that these divers work in, and the extreme physics that govern their everyday lives. Most people think of diving as a relatively simple activity. You put on a wetsuit, strap a cylinder of compressed air to your back, jump into the water, and swim around. But the human body is not designed to handle the immense weight and pressure of the deep ocean. When you swim down into deep water, the pressure increases dramatically. For every 33 feet you descend, the pressure increases by a full atmosphere. When you are breathing compressed air at those extreme depths, the physics of your body change. The air you breathe is a mixture of different gases, usually oxygen, nitrogen, and sometimes helium. Your body uses up the oxygen to keep you alive, but the other gases, known as inert gases, do not get used up. Instead, under the immense pressure of the deep water, these inert gases are forced directly into your tissues and your bloodstream. They dissolve into your blood and they stay there. As long as you remain down at that extreme depth, those dissolved gases do not cause any physical issues. You can swim around and breathe normally. But the problem arises when you start to make your way back up to the surface. As you ascend, the water pressure around you decreases. If you rise too quickly, those dissolved gases in your blood will suddenly expand, forming tiny bubbles inside your veins, your arteries, and your joints. It is the exact same physical reaction that happens when you take a warm bottle of soda, shake it up, and then suddenly twist the cap off. The sudden release of pressure causes the dissolved gas to violently fizz up and expand. If that happens inside a human being's bloodstream, it is incredibly painful. The bubbles block blood flow, damage tissues, and in many cases, it is completely fatal. This condition is known as decompression sickness, but in the diving world, it is simply called the bends. To protect themselves from getting the bends, deep-sea divers have to perform what are called decompression stops on their way back up to the surface. This means they have to stop at specific depths for hours or even days to allow the inert gases to slowly and safely diffuse out of their bloodstream and leave their body through their breath. The deeper you go, the more decompression stops you have to do, and the longer they take. For example, if a diver were to descend to a depth of several hundred feet for just an hour of work, they would have to spend days slowly rising back to the surface just to avoid dying from the bend. For major oil and gas companies operating in the deep ocean, this was a massive logistical and financial problem. They needed divers to go down to the seabed to perform construction, maintenance, and repairs on massive underwater structures and pipeline. But they could not afford to have a diver spend days decompressing after every single hour of work. So they developed a highly specialized, highly efficient, but incredibly intense system called saturation diving. Under this system, instead of decompressing after every dive, the divers are kept in a continuous state of pressure for their entire shift, which usually lasts about a month. The way this works is by housing the divers inside a specialized pressure chamber on board a support ship or an oil rig. This chamber is essentially a small, incredibly cramped steel tube that looks like a miniature submarine. Once the divers enter the chamber, the heavy steel doors are sealed and the air pressure inside is pumped up until it perfectly matches the intense pressure of the deep ocean floor where they will be working. The divers will live, eat, sleep, and use a tiny bathroom inside this pressurized tube for weeks at a time. They are completely saturated with the inert gases, and they cannot leave the chamber under any circumstances. If they were to step outside, the sudden drop in pressure would kill them instantly. When it is time for the divers to go to work, they do not swim down from the surface. Instead, there is a secondary pressurized capsule called a dive bell that connects directly to the side of their living chamber. The divers crawl through a small hatch into the dive bell, seal the hatch behind them, and then a massive crane on the deck of the ship lifts the dive bell, moves it over the side of the vessel, and lowers it deep into the water all the way down to the seabed. Because the air pressure inside the dive bell is identical to the water pressure outside, they can open a large hatch on the bottom of the bell, and the water does not rush inside. It is just like turning a drinking glass upside down and pushing it into a sink of water. The air pocket remains perfectly intact. The divers can then slide through the opening, perform their work in the freezing, pitch-black water, and when they are finished, crawl back into the bell, seal the hatch, and be lifted back up to their ship where they slide back into their living quarters. While this system is incredibly efficient for oil companies, it is a living nightmare for the divers. Below 700 feet, the sun's light cannot reach, meaning they are working in absolute ink-black darkness. The water temperature is near freezing, so their dive suits have to have hot water constantly pumped into them through a thick tube connected to the dive bell. If that hot water system fails, hypothermia will set in within minutes and they will freeze to death. The divers also have to deal with intense psychological strain. The water is often thick with sediment, making their flashlights almost useless. They can only see a few inches in front of their faces. Many SAT divers report that they will be working in the dark when suddenly they feel the water around them shift violently. They know a massive sea creature has just swam right past them, but they cannot see it. Other times, large fish will swim directly up to the diver, pressing against them. It feels like the fish are being affectionate, but the terrifying reality is that those fish are trying to use the diver's body as a shield to hide from a much larger predator that is lurking just outside the dim beam of the flashlight, watching them. But as terrifying as those things are, there is one scenario that every single saturation diver fears more than anything else. It is called a lost bell. On August 7th, 1979, a young saturation diver named Richard Walker was sitting inside a pressure chamber on board a support ship in the middle of the North Sea. Richard was 26 years old, and he had been in saturation for the past 10 days. He was exhausted, claustrophobic, and deeply missed his wife and his 15-month-old daughter. He just wanted the job to be over so he could go home. That evening, right before he was scheduled to go down for his shift, Richard opened up his personal journal and wrote a simple, heartbreaking entry. He wrote, "Dear God, I just want to get out." Shortly after writing those words, Richard and his diving partner, Victor Gill, put on their heavy diving helmets, suited up, and crawled into the dive bell. The bell was sealed, detached from the main chamber, and moved over the side of the ship. But right before they lowered the bell into the water, one of the deckhands noticed that the electronic location transponder on the outside of the bell had become loose. This transponder was a critical safety device that constantly beamed the bell's exact coordinates up to the ship so they would always know where it was. Rather than delaying the dive to fix the bracket, the crew made a fateful decision. They simply unscrewed the transponder, tossed it aside, and decided to proceed with the dive anyway. They lowered the dive bell into the cold, choppy waters of the North Sea, dropping it down to their working depth of 485 feet. Once they reached the bottom, they opened the bottom hatch, and the two men began taking turns going out into the dark water to perform maintenance on a massive underwater structure. A few hours into the shift, at around 2:45 in the morning, Richard was the one working outside the bell. Suddenly, he heard a strange, deep, metallic grinding sound. He spun around and saw that the heavy dive bell had tilted slightly on its side. Immediately, the radio in his helmet crackled to life. The surface crew told him that there was an emergency and that he needed to get back inside the dive bell immediately because they were going to try to pull them up. Richard quickly scrambled back inside the bell and sealed the hatch. As he and Victor sat there in the tight space, they listened to the radio as the surface crew explained the situation. The main steel cable that was used to hoist the dive bell back to the ship had somehow slipped out of its winch. The only thing keeping the dive bell from falling to the very bottom of the ocean was the umbilical. The umbilical was a thick bundle of hoses and wires that provided the bell with electricity, hot water, breathing gas, and communications. But the problem was, the umbilical was never designed to hold the immense weight of the dive bell. The crew on the ship realized they had no other options, so they decided to try to slowly reel the bell up using the umbilical. But the moment they started to pull, the tension was too much. With a violent snap, the umbilical severed completely. The radio went dead, the lights inside the bell flickered out, and Richard and Victor felt a sickening sensation of weightlessness as the dive bell plummeted 50 feet down, crashing violently onto the muddy seafloor. Now, normally, a dive bell has a built-in safety feature to handle this exact situation. There is a massive heavy weight called a clump weight attached to the bottom of the bell. In an emergency, the divers inside can manually release this weight, which makes the bell buoyant, allowing it to float all the way back up to the surface on its own. But the company that operated this vessel had cut corners to save money. They had removed the clump weight and instead bolted heavy metal weights directly onto the sides of the bell itself. Because of this, when the bell crashed onto the sea floor, it landed flat on its base. The bottom hatch, which was their only escape route, was pressed firmly into the thick mud of the seabed. They could not get out. They were completely trapped inside a dark, freezing steel sphere at the bottom of the ocean. With the umbilical cut, they had no communication with the surface, no electricity, no heat, and a very limited supply of emergency oxygen. The temperature inside the bell began to plummet rapidly, approaching freezing. Less than 30 minutes after the accident, another diving support ship arrived in the area and offered to assist with the rescue. But because they were not prepared for an emergency of this scale, it took nearly 3 hours for them to prepare their equipment and get rescue divers into the water. And then, the true consequence of the crew's earlier decision became clear. Because they had removed the location transponder from the bell before the dive, the rescue divers had absolutely no idea where the bell was on the seabed. They were searching blindly in the pitch-black water. Finally, after an hour of frantic searching, a rescue diver spotted the bulk of the dive bell. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. The rescue diver swam up to the small, thick glass porthole of the bell and shined his flashlight inside. To his immense relief, he saw Richard and Victor. They were shivering violently, but they looked directly at him and gave him a clear thumbs-up sign, indicating they were still okay and ready to be rescued. The diver communicated this back to the surface. Up on the ship, everyone let out a massive sigh of relief. The crew actually called Richard's wife and told her that there had been an accident, but that her husband had been found and was completely fine and would be back on the surface very soon. But the relief was short-lived. The sea above was incredibly rough, and the rescue ship was struggling to maintain its position directly over the dive bell. It kept drifting in these strong currents. For the next 2 hours, the rescue divers fought desperately against the current, trying to thread a new steel retrieval cable through the top handle of the bell. But the conditions were terrible, and progress was agonizingly slow. Every few minutes, a diver would swim over to the porthole to check on Richard and Victor. Each time, the scene inside became more desperate. The two men were no longer giving thumbs up. They looked absolutely terrified. They were hugging themselves, shivering uncontrollably as hypothermia began to shut down their bodies, and they were breathing heavily as the carbon dioxide levels inside the bell began to rise. Finally, at 9 o'clock in the morning, 6 hours after the bell had first dropped, the rescue divers successfully threaded the new cable. Before giving the signal to hoist, a diver shined his light through the window one more time. Hi. He saw Richard and Victor sitting together, their heads buried in their hands. They were still alive, but they looked completely drained of hope. The rescue divers signaled the ship to start pulling them up. The crane began to lift, tensioning the cable. But as the heavy bell was lifted off the seabed, the intense tension caused the new cable to snap with a dull underwater thud. The bell crashed right back down to the bottom. Up on the surface, a heavy silence fell over the crew. They knew that time was rapidly running out. The rescue divers had to start all over again. They descended back to the seabed, but because the bell had shifted during the fall, it took them a long time just to locate it again. When they finally did, they shined the light back through the window. Richard and Victor were still alive, but they were no longer looking at the window. They were not waiting for help anymore. They were just sitting there, staring blankly at the floor. It was a haunting sight. It was clear to the divers that the two men had realized they were not going to make it out alive. They were spending their final moments making peace with their fate. Over the next several hours, the rescue divers worked desperately in the freezing dark to attach another cable. Each time they checked through the glass, the two men had slumped lower and lower in their seats. Eventually, they were both lying motionless on their sides. Finally, late in the afternoon, a secure connection was made, and the bell was successfully hoisted all the way back up to the deck of the ship. But when the crew rushed forward and opened the heavy hatch, it was too late. Both Richard Walker and Victor Gill had passed away from hypothermia and lack of oxygen. The loss of the Wildrake dive bell, which was the name of the vessel involved in the tragedy, completely revolutionized deep-sea safety. The diving community was absolutely outraged by the level of corner cutting that had occurred on board the ship. It led to the implementation of strict international laws that made it illegal for any commercial dive bell to operate without a dual redundant transponder system and a mandatory detachable clump weight. The physical bell itself was eventually salvaged and examined, and the technical reports confirmed that the lack of proper emergency equipment was the direct cause of the men's inability to escape. Richard's widow, who had been promised that her husband was safe and coming home, was left to raise their young daughter alone, carrying the heavy burden of that final tragic diary entry. The deep, dark waters of the North Sea remain a silent graveyard for many who push the boundaries of human endurance. But the memory of Richard and Victor's last hours serves as a stark, haunting reminder of the cost of corporate greed. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In 2018, James and Brittany Campbell decided to do something a little different for their wedding. They flew out to Las Vegas, Nevada, and found their way to the famous Little Vegas Chapel just off the Strip. They were married by a man dressed as Elvis Presley right in front of a classic pink Cadillac. For some people, it might have seemed a bit unusual, but for James and Brittany, it was perfect. It fit them. After all, they weren't a very traditional couple to begin with. Brittany, who was 36 years old, was a ball of energy. She was bubbly, outgoing, and she even described herself as being a little bit crazy. She was the kind of person who lit up a room. James, on the other hand, was 35 and her complete opposite. He was quiet, reserved, and very analytical. He was the type to think things through carefully and rarely ever acted on impulse. This contrast in their personalities wasn't new. In fact, they had dated once before, way back in high school. It hadn't worked out then. They broke up, went their separate ways, and probably figured they'd never see each other again. But life has a funny way of bringing people back together. Nearly 2 decades later, they reconnected by chance. And this time, things were different. They both had something major in common that changed everything. James was a single father, raising 2 young boys on his own. He was searching for a partner, someone not just to share his life with, but someone who could be a mother figure to his children. As for Brittany, she was also single, and she had always dreamed of being a mother. The timing of their reunion just felt right, like it was meant to be. A year after their Elvis-officiated wedding, life threw them another big change. James was serving in the U.S. Navy, and he received new orders. He was being stationed for a couple of years at a naval base in Hawaii. For the family of 4, this was a huge adventure. They packed up everything they owned, gathered their little cat, Mr. Franklin, and left the mainland United States behind. They landed in Honolulu, the capital of Hawaii, ready to start their new life. They moved into a 2-story house in a suburb just a few minutes from the airport. It was a nice, quiet neighborhood, situated at the end of a cul-de-sac. The area didn't exactly look like the tropical paradise you might picture when you think of Hawaii. It was more like a typical American suburb. The houses were all very similar, these cookie-cutter 2-story homes lined up next to each other, many with white picket fences out front. For the Campbells, who were used to life on the mainland, this familiar sight was actually comforting. It helped them settle in. It didn't take long for them to fall in love with their new home in Hawaii. That is, until they started to uncover the house's dark secret. It began in June of 2019, not long after they had moved in. Brittany needed to get something from the garage. Their garage was attached to the left side of the house, and there was a door on the first floor that led directly into it. So Brittany walked through the house, opened that door, and stepped into the garage. She reached for the light switch and flipped it on. What she saw when the light flooded the space made no sense at all. They had only been in Hawaii for a few weeks, so there were still a ton of moving boxes they hadn't gotten around to unpacking. They had stacked them all up neatly inside the garage to deal with later. But now, as Brittany stood there, she saw that almost all of those boxes had been knocked over. Their contents were spilled out all over the concrete floor. It was a huge mess. But what was truly bizarre was that it didn't look like a random act of chaos. It looked intentional. Someone had seemingly gone through the boxes, sifting through their belongings. They had taken out random items and arranged them in strange little piles. The objects in each pile had no connection to each other. In other places, items were stood up in odd arrangements, almost like they were being displayed for a garage sale. Brittany's first instinct was to just back away. She turned around, left the garage, and went to find her husband. She brought James back to the garage door, and he looked inside just as confused as she was. The two of them immediately went into the garage and started looking through the mess, trying to see if anything valuable was missing. It was hard to tell for sure given the chaos, but they did have some expensive items packed in those boxes. Those items had been pulled out, but they were still there, lying on the ground. This was a pretty good sign that this wasn't a robbery. So, if it wasn't a burglar, what was it? The only other explanation they could come up with was their two young sons. Maybe the boys had been playing in the garage, gotten a bit too rough, and knocked everything over. But when James and Brittany asked them, the boys swore they hadn't done it. Brittany believed them. James, however, was more skeptical. He thought they might just be lying to stay out of trouble. And if it wasn't the kids, he figured maybe it was one of their pets. They had gotten a dog shortly after arriving in Hawaii, so now they had a dog and a cat. James was trying to find any logical explanation, and he was very dismissive of how genuinely spooked Brittany was by the whole thing. But there was nothing else to do. They cleaned up the garage, put everything back, and tried to move on. About a week later, another strange thing happened. Brittany was home alone one morning, getting ready for the day. She was sitting at her vanity in the master bedroom, carefully applying her eyeliner while a makeup tutorial played on YouTube. As she focused on her reflection, a loud sound from downstairs made her jump. The front door had slammed shut with incredible force. She was so startled, she almost poked herself in the eye. She immediately paused the video. The house was silent again. She called out, "James?" Boys, thinking they must have come home without her realizing it. But nobody answered. Her mind started racing, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe James and the boys had just opened the door to drop something off, slammed it on their way out, and didn't hear her call. But a part of her felt that something was wrong. The memory of the trashed garage was still fresh in her mind. She had tried to forget about it, but it was always there in the back of her thoughts. She stood up and walked towards the open bedroom door, which led out into the second floor hallway. From her bedroom, you could look straight across the hall to her son's bedroom door. In between the two rooms, to the left, was the staircase leading down to the first floor. At the bottom of those stairs, right in front of you, was the front door. The very door she had just heard slam. Brittany cautiously stepped into the hallway. She looked around, but saw no one. She called out for her family again, louder this time. Again, only silence answered. Taking a deep breath, she started walking down the hallway. When she reached the halfway point, she turned left and started down the stairs. The house was eerily quiet. A growing sense of dread was building in her stomach. She quietly called out for James and her sons one more time, but there was still no response. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, she scanned the first floor. Nothing seemed out of place. She walked over to the front door and pulled it open, hoping to see James's car in the driveway or any sign that her family had been there. But there was nothing. The driveway was empty. There was no one around. It was just her. Her heart was pounding now. She shut the front door and made sure to lock it. Then she did a full sweep of the first floor. She checked every single window and every door, making sure they were all securely locked. She went back upstairs and did the same thing, checking every room, every closet. There was nobody else in the house. She was completely alone. She went back to her room, her mind reeling. How could she explain it? She knew what she heard. She had clearly heard the front door slam shut. But there was no one there to have done it. She eventually had to leave the house to go about her day, but the incident stuck with her. That evening, when she got home, James and the boys were there. She brought up the slamming door, asking James if he had maybe stopped by the house earlier. He told her no, he hadn't been back all day. It couldn't have been him. He tried to reassure her, saying, "Don't worry, you probably just left the door unlocked and a draft came through and slammed it shut. You have nothing to worry about." But Brittany knew that wasn't possible. She was meticulous about locking the doors. The idea that she had not only forgotten to lock it, but had also left it ajar just enough for a gust of wind to slam it that hard, it just didn't make sense. But James was being dismissive again, just like he had been about the garage. He told her she was being paranoid and that it was just a door. This frustrated Brittany, and soon they were in a full-blown argument. By the time they went to bed that night, they were angry and not even speaking to each other. They fell asleep in silence. Then, in the middle of the night, Brittany woke up suddenly. She didn't know what had woken her, but she sat up in bed, looking around the dark, quiet room. As she tried to get her bearings, she heard it. Downstairs. It wasn't a slam this time. It was the distinct sound of a door opening and then quietly shutting. Immediately, her senses were on high alert. She stayed perfectly still, leaning forward, listening intently. She had to be sure she wasn't imagining it. And then she heard it again. A different door, downstairs, opening and then shutting. Panic started to set in. She reached over and shook James awake. She whispered urgently, "James, I can hear someone opening and shutting doors downstairs." James was not happy about being woken up. He was still mad at her from their fight earlier, and now she was waking him up in a panic about more doors. He was annoyed. He sat up, clearly not taking her seriously. Brittany could sense his frustration, and she got straight to the point. "James, did you lock the front door before we went to bed?" James sighed. "Yes, I locked the front door." "I'm telling you, you're just hearing things." There's nothing going on in this house. But Brittany was not convinced. She said, "You can think that if you want, but I'm going downstairs to make sure no one is in this house." She got out of bed and walked to the bedroom door. She peered out into the dark hallway. She didn't see or hear anything. Very slowly, she crept down the hall until she reached the top of the stairs. She stood there for a moment, looking down into the pitch-black first floor. She was terrified, but she knew she had to go down there. She had to protect her family. So, one step at a time, she went down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, she immediately looked at the front door, and her heart sank. It was unlocked. Her first thought was, why would James lie to me? Why would he say he locked it when he didn't? Then another thought occurred to her. Maybe it was her sons. Maybe they had gotten out of bed and come downstairs, unlocking the door. That must be what she was hearing. It had to be the boys making all that noise. For a second, she felt a wave of relief. That made sense. But after she locked the front door, she searched the entire first floor, and her sons were nowhere to be found. She went back upstairs and quietly opened their bedroom door. She found both of them fast asleep in their beds. When she gently shook them awake, they were completely groggy and out of it. There was no way they had been running around the house just a few minutes earlier. Now, Brittany was truly terrified. She tucked her boys back in, told them everything was fine, and then hurried back to her own bedroom. She told James what she had found. The front door was unlocked, and the boys were sound asleep. It couldn't have been them. But James was still being dismissive. He told her she was overreacting, that she was just being paranoid, and that the sounds she was hearing were just the house settling. And as he was saying this, they both heard a loud noise from downstairs. The back sliding glass door, the one that led to their backyard, suddenly slammed open and then slammed shut. In that instant, everything changed for James. The skepticism vanished from his face. He looked at his wife, his eyes wide, and said, "You stay right here." He jumped out of bed and ran out of the room. A few minutes later, he came back. He told Brittany that the back door had been unlocked, but it was shut now. He tried to downplay it again, saying she must have forgotten to lock that one too, and that the same draft was probably causing all the problems. He said, "The house is all locked up now. Let's just go to sleep." Brittany couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Are you kidding me?" she said. "There is something weird happening in our house. The garage, the doors opening and shutting. You can't just pretend like nothing is going on." This led to another big fight. Before long, they weren't even talking about the mysterious noises anymore. They were just arguing with each other. Eventually, exhausted, they both just gave up and went back to sleep. For the next few weeks, things in the house were quiet. But Brittany couldn't stop thinking about it. Who or what was opening and shutting their doors? What had happened in the garage? Meanwhile, James continued to act like nothing was wrong. He refused to talk about the possibility that something strange was happening in their home. But then, something strange happened to James when he was all alone. And for the first time, he got really spooked. It was a couple of weeks after the night of the slamming doors. James was home by himself during the day. He decided to sit down and play the piano, which was in their living room on the first floor. He sat down and began to play. After a little while, he started to get an uncomfortable feeling. He felt like he was being watched. The feeling grew so strong that he had to stop playing. He looked around the room, trying to make sure he was actually alone. As he scanned the room, he glanced at the window to his right, which looked out onto the side yard. And he saw it. There was a figure standing right outside the window, looking in. The curtain was drawn, so all he could see was a dark silhouette. It was just standing there, with its arms down by its sides. James was startled. As soon as he reacted, the figure quickly moved away towards the back of the house. James jumped up from the piano bench and rushed over to another window, one that looked into the backyard. He looked outside, but there was no one there. He went back to the first window, the one where he saw the figure, and pulled the curtain back. Again, no one. He tried to rationalize it. He told himself it must have been a nosy neighbor who heard the music and came to see who was playing. Maybe they saw him, noticed them, and ran off before he could get a good look. That had to be it. But deep down, the image of that dark figure in the window really shook him up. However, it was the blanket incident that finally broke through James's wall of skepticism. It was the moment that forced him to admit to his wife that they had a serious problem. Not long after James saw the figure, the whole family decided to go out to a movie. As they were getting ready to leave, Brittany said she wanted to bring a specific blanket with them. It was a family favorite, the one they always used when they were cuddling on the couch. She thought it would be nice to have it at the theater. She went into the living room to grab it, but the blanket was gone. It wasn't on the couch where it always was. She asked James and the boys if they had seen it, but they all said no. She looked everywhere. She checked under the couch, all around the living room, and even went upstairs to search. But the blanket was nowhere to be found. Finally, they just gave up and left for the movie without it. But when they came home that evening, there it was. Lying on the couch, folded up perfectly neat, was the missing blanket. Everyone in the family knew for a fact that the blanket had not been there when they left. So how did it get there? For the next few weeks, James and Brittany did their best to put on a brave face for their kids, telling them that everything was fine. But in reality, the whole family was terrified to be in that house. The strange occurrences were getting worse. At night, the doors would still open and shut on their own. Their dog would start barking uncontrollably in the middle of the night for no reason, and they all shared the same awful, constant feeling of being watched. By September of that year, the family had reached a breaking point. They decided they had to get out of the house, even if it was just for a little while. They needed a break from the constant fear. So they packed their bags, flew back to the mainland, and stayed with family for a week. On September 20th, they got back on a plane and flew back to Honolulu. As they drove from the airport to their house, both James and Brittany were secretly hoping that their time away had somehow reset things, that whatever weirdness was plaguing their home would have just magically stopped. But as soon as James turned onto their street, they knew that wasn't going to be the case. As they drove up the road, they could see their house at the end of the cul-de-sac. And sitting right in the middle of their driveway was James's nice road bike. Brittany turned to her husband. Even though she already knew the answer, she had to ask. "James, were you riding your bike before we left?" James just shook his head, no, his eyes fixed on the house. He hadn't touched it. He pulled the car into the driveway, parking right in front of the garage door. After he put the car in park, he pressed the button for the garage door opener. James was in the driver's seat, Brittany was next to him, and the kids were in the back. They all watched as the garage door slowly began to rise. As soon as they could see inside, their jaws dropped. The entire garage had been completely trashed. It wasn't just that things were dumped out. Things had been ripped apart, shredded, as if a wild animal had been let loose inside. James immediately turned to his wife and said, "We've been robbed." He jumped out of the car and told his kids, "Stay in the car! Do not get out." James then went to the side of the house and grabbed a sledgehammer for protection. He made his way to the front door of the house, while Brittany stayed by the car, on the phone with 911 reporting a break-in. James reached the front door. He put his key in the lock and turned it. The door was unlocked. With the heavy sledgehammer in one hand, he tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Something was blocking it from the other side. James put his shoulder against the door and pushed with all his might. Finally, it opened just a crack, just enough for him to see inside. As he peered through the narrow opening, trying to figure out what was going on, a pair of eyes suddenly met his from behind the door. Before James could even react, a man's voice from inside the house said calmly, "This is not your house." And then the man tried to push the door shut on him. An adrenaline-fueled rage took over James. He roared and smashed the door open with his body. He grabbed the man inside, yanked him out of the house, and threw him onto the front lawn. James then stood over him, holding the sledgehammer, and warned him, "If you go anywhere, I'm going to have to attack you with this." The intruder, a 2-3-year-old man named Ezekiel Zayas, didn't try to run. He just stood there on the Campbell's lawn, staring directly at James, unblinking and eerily calm. A couple of minutes later, the police arrived. Ezekiel didn't put up a fight. He was arrested and taken away without any resistance. It was only after Ezekiel was gone that James and Brittany finally went inside their house. What they found was a scene of total devastation. The entire house, just like the garage, had been completely ripped to shreds. But amidst the chaos, they noticed something familiar. There were those strange little piles of random objects, just like they had seen in the garage that very first time. There were stacks of coasters, books, and electronics arranged on various surfaces, but what really caught James's attention were the medical vials. All over the first floor, on tables and counters, were small vials of drugs or chemicals. He knew they didn't belong to his family. Someone had brought them into the house. James made his way up the stairs to the second floor. The upstairs was just as destroyed as the downstairs, a mess of overturned furniture and strewn belongings. But when he turned and went into his son's room, he was shocked. The room was pristine. In fact, it looked like it had been professionally cleaned. The boys' laundry was neatly folded and stacked on a chair. Their beds were made with military precision. All of their toys, which were usually all over the floor, were neatly put away in their proper places. Stunned, James left his boys' room and walked across the hall into the master bedroom. And what he saw in there made an already terrible situation 1,000 times worse. The master bedroom was destroyed, just like the rest of the house. But the bed was different. The top of their bed was clear of any junk. Instead, a towel had been laid out neatly across it, like a tablecloth. And arranged on this towel, spaced apart perfectly, was a collection of knives. Next to the knives, also on the towel, was a laptop. It was a laptop the Campbell family owned, but they rarely used it. It was open, but the screen was dark. By this point, Brittany had come upstairs and was standing beside him. Together, they walked over to the bed, horrified by the display. They touched the keyboard of the laptop, and the screen lit up, showing the last thing that had been worked on. It was a long, typed document, a Word file that neither of them had ever seen before. They scrolled to the top. The document was titled The Omnivore Trials. Below that, a subtitle read, A Rehabilitation for Rat-like People. The rest of the document was like a diary. It was filled with page after page of detailed observations about a group of specimens, and it was terrifyingly clear that the specimens were the Campbell family. The observations were incredibly intimate. The only way someone could have known these details was if they had been watching the family up close almost constantly for days, weeks, and even months. The notes ranged from what time the family liked to watch TV to the private conversations James and Brittany had behind their closed bedroom door. It even mentioned their personal struggle to have another child, something they hadn't told anyone in their family. In the document, the author wrote that the creature, referring to Brittany, needed to stop trying to have another baby and focus on the children she already had. Towards the end of the long document, the author of The Omnivore Trials came to a shocking conclusion. They wrote that in order to rehabilitate these rat-like people, the Campbells, the author would have to perform several surgeries on the specimens. The specific surgeries mentioned were hand amputations and gender reassignment surgeries. Following this conclusion was another section. It was a detailed list of all the surgical tools the author would need to perform these procedures. There was also a list of drugs and chemicals they would need to sedate the specimens before the surgeries began. As James and Brittany stood there reading this in horror, it all clicked into place. The knives laid out on the towel next to them were not random. Those were the surgical tools. And all of those strange medical vials they had seen downstairs, those were the drugs. The drugs that were going to be used to sedate them so Ezekiel could perform his surgeries. It turned out that for months, Ezekiel Zayas had found a way to sneak in and out of the Campbells' home. He had been living there right alongside them since around the time they first moved in. His primary hiding spot was the crawl space above the second-floor bathroom. Whenever he could, he would climb down from his hiding place and move through the house, observing the family. Based on the details in his document, it was clear he was watching them not just at night, but during the day as well. He was the one who had trashed the garage and arranged their belongings. He was the one opening and shutting the doors. He was the one who had taken the blanket and then returned it, folded neatly. He was the dark figure James had seen in the window. The document also made it chillingly clear that Ezekiel was getting ready to act. He was preparing to carry out his twisted plan. The Campbells' decision to go on that 1-week vacation might have been the very thing that saved their lives. It had interrupted his timeline. And if there was any doubt about whether Ezekiel was capable of such extreme violence, that question was answered after his arrest. While he was in jail awaiting trial for what he did to the Campbells, he allegedly beat his cellmate to death. A guard reportedly walked in and saw Ezekiel punching, kicking, and stomping on the man. The man later died from his injuries. As of today, Ezekiel Zayas is in a state hospital. Doctors are still trying to determine if he is mentally fit to stand trial, both for what he did to the Campbell family and for the alleged murder of his cellmate. It's still a complete mystery what his motives were. We have no idea why he targeted the Campbells or what he hoped to achieve with his so-called omnivore trials. As for the Campbell family, the experience was so deeply traumatic that they couldn't stay in that house. They moved away immediately. For their own safety and peace of mind, their current whereabouts are unknown. They simply vanished, hoping to leave the nightmare of that house and the man who lived in their walls far behind them. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.